Hey, y'all. Give us just a minute while everybody hops in. I'm a minute or two early, so we'll just give it a second. Hey, Andy. Hey, Jan Corp. Let me see here. Gotta get everybody in here. How's everybody doing? Hey, Daphne. Hey, Sleepyhead. Let me find my own live. There she be. Hey, Cool Gamer. How's everybody doing? Hey, Carol. Hey, Linda. Hey, Sarah. Hey, Darby. Hey, Rachel. Hey, Hope. Give me just a second, y'all. I'm sharing this, and the others will be up in a few. Sorry. I got to try and share this at the same time. Hey, Kathy. Hey, Carla. Hey, Mary. Hey, Karen. Hey, Amy. Hey, Roseanne. Lorraine. How is everybody tonight? Let me guess. Oh. They're like, wait. Hold on. Let me email it to her. Oh, these goofy girls. Hold on. I'll email it to you. Or did you get it? Oh my goodness. Hold on. I forgot I needed to email it to you. Sorry, y'all. Give us a second. This is why people have the background or the introduction stuff, right? Yeah. I need to figure out one of those. Oh, I don't want to hear myself talk. Give me just a second. We'll get here. Technical difficulties. Copy. Go back here. All right. What's everybody done today? Anybody have anything fun that they've done? Oh, what the heck? Why did it do that? Okay. I sent it, I think. There you go. You should have it now. And where's the other one? One of them thought we were starting at 7. One thought we were starting at 8. I sent him the update earlier. The Tessas are a mess. Hold on just a second. We'll get it. We'll all get it together. How's everybody doing? Sorry, cat right there. How's everybody doing? The kitties are back to purring. Nania, did you get the link? I think I sent it. The kids are saying goodnight and going to bed. Well, I wish I could show you guys my bed right now because there's 3 dogs on it. They all got to be in the middle of everything. And 2 cats. The third will be up here soon. Hold on, you guys. We're trying to make sure everybody can get in here. I don't know where they're at yet. Give them just a minute. Relax. Oh, there's one. Oh, there's the cat. And it's so funny because he's really nice, but he talks and he bitches at the kittens constantly. That's all he ever does. He just thinks he's a see, and he's not even touching her. Like she's purring. He just talks. I don't know what's wrong with him. He's broken. He's defective. Nanya, are you up here? Hold on.
I'm here.
Did I
Can you
hide?
hear me?
Oh, it's because I have this banner thing on. Hold on. I can hear you now. Sorry. There. Okay. Everybody's hearing the
Hey, everybody.
cat. They're such a mess. You're scared of cats? They're not bad. We're just going to wait one more minute. We have another one joining us. You guys asked a few questions, but we are going to take questions once everybody gets up here and figured out. Sorry, we're all a mess here. Keeping you awake with her. Oh, that's horrible. I'm sorry. Hey, Sheila. Hey, everybody else that popped in. Michelle, anybody else that we missed? 4 cats. 18 years old. All of ours are. See, that's what he does. I don't know what's wrong with him. He's not aggressive. I'll share a video of what he does because now he's going to bury himself under the blanket with the dogs.
Pimping Pugs. Hey, Pugs.
Pugs is here. There's a lot of people here. L. Hold on. Will you hold it down for a second so I can see if I sent her the wrong link?
Sure, whatever holding it down means, but sure, I can talk. Hey, Granny T.
I sent it.
It's all good,
Here.
Amethyst. We'll wait. I've got
It's
4
just
cats. My kitty Willa is going to be 18 years old in a few months. I'm not really a cat person.
you can have this one. He's defecto. He's literally laying right by the computer. There's nothing around him and he just growls and hisses and it's a spaz. He goes and puts himself right by the computer.
Hey, Beth.
Oh, hold on. I did it again.
Hey, Miss Leah.
Okay. Why is it saying
You're gonna make. I'm gonna have to call you like Desire Desiree. That's what I'm gonna have to call you because I don't know exactly how it's pronounced, and I don't want to do it wrong or say it wrong. Excuse me.
I tried it again. Let me see if it goes through that time. I sent it 3 times. Oh, I got it that time. I just went through that's what I did. I copied and pasted your one in there. Sorry. Okay, we're getting it figured out, y'all. In the meantime, you guys get to hear my crazy cats. I think my cat plots to kill me sometimes. None you probably won't get a cat after hearing all of our crazy cat stories.
Even without your crazy cat stories, I still wouldn't be getting a cat. Not really a cat person. They're a little too independent. Hey, Carol, welcome. Hey, Remy. Hey, Monroe.
Hey, everybody coming in. What's your favorite animal, Nanya?
Dogs by far.
Dogs. They're a pain in the butt too. Hey, there we go. Ta-da!
Hello.
There we go.
There
Yeah,
you go.
the gang's all here. The mafia's all here.
How is everyone?
So far, it looks like everybody's been doing pretty good. In the chat, at least, they've been saying everybody's good. How are you?
Got it, Desiree.
I'm good. Just flipping back and forth on the TV. There's so much sports tonight, and I'm a sports fanatic. So,
All right. You guys can ask them questions. If you guys have questions, you can ask. Because I'm sure now you're going to get the what's your favorite sports teams? What are you watching for sports if you don't mind sharing?
boxing at the moment. Earlier it was soccer, and right now it's boxing and a little UFC.
The good stuff.
All about those contact sports.
see. I'm reading.
Hi, Granny T.
Hey, Cherie.
Everybody's saying hi. All right. What do you guys want us to talk? Where do you want to start? What do you guys want to talk about?
I know there was a couple of questions on the post. I don't know if you wanted to start there or
Yeah,
you wanted to let them start in the chat.
There was only a couple that were posted, but the one was actually pretty good. On the Facebook post, we'll start there because that actually will give a lot of insight and maybe prompt more questions. The question was, on average, how long does it take you to vet, research a story, rumor that you are working on? Keep up the good work. Bluntessa, you want to answer first, and then we'll go Fucktessa, and then I will follow up at the end?
For me, as far as research, I'm more of the type of person that looks for state and federal laws and policies and procedures and things. So my research is usually fairly quick, but I try and go straight to any like state or government type agency to get my research information. I don't deal too much with the like he said, she said, or behind the scenes or any of that. That's just not my thing.
She nonstop is researching everything to do with legalities, how everything works, like the facts. She's constantly researching. She's very smart.
I'm the weirdo that likes to get court documents, and I will just sit for hours and comb through like hundreds of pages of court documents on different cases because I'm just a weirdo like that.
I don't think it's weird. I think it's cool. Your brain is like amazing to pick.
Thank you.
What about you, Tessa?
Hey everyone. Yes, it's me, Nanya. So I am more where Bluntessa is more like that kind of stuff. My research is like, I know I've heard that before. I've got a clip, I've got a screenshot. I'm pretty good at keeping like details together. So that's kind of been my thing is I can tell you like actually it happened earlier tonight. We were trying to see if we had ever seen something before and I remembered that we had, and so let me go grab that clip real quick. I know exactly where it is. So just kind of keeping the smaller details. I'm also really good with names. And
yes.
So, if I see a name in one spot and then I see it in other spots, I'm pretty good at like, oh no, I've seen this happen too. So, whatever. But yeah, so mine doesn't take me, well, that's not true. It takes hours, but it's of me watching other people's like content and like knowing stuff or whatever. And, like people will know, like I'm in a bunch of different chats. Watching or speaking, it doesn't make a difference, but that's one of the things that for me, like that's what takes my time, but it's not bad. Now don't get me wrong, I'm not sitting through nobody's 5-6 hour lives, but I will absolutely watch a replay real quick, and I'll fast forward the heck out of something to get to where I'm trying to go.
I think we're all really good at skim watching stuff. That's something that you have to kind of dial in to be able to do this, is skimming through things, picking up on certain words, certain levels of tone in the conversation when things switch. So you know that something might be escalating or not. So you don't have to sit and like watch a 6-hour live, but you can find a 20-minute clip out of there and realize it's pretty problematic. I honestly don't think it ever really stops. As far as the rumors and stuff, it's constant. And in this case, it has been nonstop. Like this case has not ended. As you guys know, there was never a case. Let's be frank. It was a story. So researching backwards and trying to put the facts into place after they've created an entire foundation off of fabrication has been a lot of work. As far as vetting the information, you can vet stuff pretty fast. As if it's sent to us, there's a lot of things that get sat on because it just doesn't quite fit where it needs to be, or there's pieces that need to fall into place. So some of it can take a lot of time, and you have to have a level of patience too. I think the big thing about all of us, and again, I'm just speaking for me, but I know with them too, like we're very patient. I don't think any of us are super jumpy. So when people send us stuff to try and get us to bite on something and run with it, all of us are kind of like, but that's just us in general. Like none of us are really like, what's the bigger meaning behind it? So it's not like something we just throw out there, if that makes sense too. We spend a lot of time, at least I do, like, and I also don't like to post clips and stuff unless I've taken them. I will post clips of other people, but I always say that this is where it's from. This is exactly where to start, finish it. But I like to go get my clips myself because then I can verify that I took it. So it does take a lot of time. That was that one. Let's see. Did we miss a bunch? Oh, here's one. I'll ask you guys, how has someone like MGL flew under the radar for so long?
I think that what people don't realize is, although there is a very thin line in between freedom of speech and where it goes on the other side of defamation, slander, anything like that. And actually, I don't think that I really realized it until Bluntessa challenged us this week, playing devil's advocate over there. But it's very easy to be appalled at somebody's behavior and to point it out for being unethical, immoral, and just all around appalling to what we would normally think like people act like or talk like. I think where we kind of fail at times is we don't really realize and recognize that this is social media and it's supposed to be sensational. That's what, they're not here for the fun of it. Like nobody starts a channel for the fun of it. They start it for a purpose, and sometimes that purpose happens to be money. And when people start those pages for money, they have to do whatever it takes to get the money. And so while some of the stuff they do is not illegal, we just see it as like, I would never find a family that is has a tragedy. And there we go to back to the have I ever's. But I would never find a family that has a tragedy and exploit the hell out of the tragedy to line my own pockets. Okay, that may not be what you do, but is that illegal? Well, no, it's not. So then now what?
Or try not to talk over each other. Go ahead.
Sorry. But then on the other hand, again, it's terrible. But when you say, I think the other thing is I think people look at, how many subs she may have, and it's like, oh my gosh, she's been doing this for years, but like she's nobody in a little tiny corner of YouTube. And unless a family has come across her, then that wouldn't ever get out there. She's not somebody who has millions and millions and millions of followers. She's just somebody in this little tiny corner of YouTube. And that's how she's gone under the radar. Is those who know her, they know her patterns, they know what she does, but most of the YouTube world does not know who she is. So that's my opinion.
Most of us didn't know who she is. And I don't think she really does fly under the radar per se either. I don't know. But people that know, like, she's very specific to a certain demographic, and like one, she's got a very select, I don't even know what you wouldn't even call it a demographic, just a little corner of YouTube that knows about her. Otherwise, she's not very well known. Granny T asked, who has surprised you the most? Bluntessa, you want to answer that one?
Oh, lots of people have surprised me in this. Everyone has surprised me in this.
Yeah.
I think what's most surprising is all of the things that are happening on the back end of this. How many people are really like creating so much chaos on the back end, and but on the front end they try to make themselves look as though like they're for the cause, they're trying to expose, and that they, you know, want dignity for Vaughn's name, or they want the truth to be exposed, or whatever it is. They're showing that to everyone on the front end, but on the back end, when you see things, you're like, wait a minute, you're just over there stirring the pot. Why? What are you really here for? I think that's been the most surprising to me, is how many people are so drama filled.
Like the ES situation is a prime example of that.
Yes.
There's a lot of, but that's not a soul situation, and that's what I think people miss. But I agree with you. What people see out here is one thing completely different than the back end of things, I think, is where it gets really messy. Are any of the creators surprising to any of you guys?
So I think for me, because I've been around not YouTube, but mostly Facebook, like I've been around creators before, and like I've watched and you know, followed or unfollowed or whatever a lot of creators before. I don't think that any content creator is ever surprising to me. I may like one more than I like another, but like the problematic ones, they don't surprise me. Should they be stopped in my opinion? Yeah, they should. But I just I think I just look at like it's social media. Somebody said it the other day, like everybody on here, they give you the highlight reel of their life. That's all that it is. And so that's where to me it's like, no, I'm not surprised that somebody is crazy. No, I'm not surprised that somebody would use their kid as, you know, a method of something. I'm not surprised that somebody says outrageous things. Those things don't surprise me because it's social media. I think people sometimes they look for a very reality based, when in actuality it's never going to be reality based. It's social media. Like as long as you can turn the camera off or turn or mute the phone, like that's not real life. If you're sitting in your living room with your family and a fight breaks out, there's no mute or pause button. You can't end a live in your living room. Like you just can't. That's not how real life works. And I think that's where, to me, that's where like people have to align their minds with that. I also want to say, for me, I'm with Bluntessa. The amount of back end drama that happens, like it is, you know what I'm surprised at? I'm actually surprised at subscribers more than I'm surprised at content creators.
Same.
Mm-hmm. Can I just say, as far as creators, this for me is a positive. I didn't know who Dre was. Not into the makeup scene, not into any of that stuff. But I have to say that she surprises me, and I respect the way that she's dealt with this situation, because I don't think there's very many of us that could deal with this kind of pressure on top of, you know, what she has going on at home, and then the social media and losing her livelihood and all of that. But she has still kept it together, and you know, she's doing what she needs to do for her family. So I commend her for that.
I have to say, as far as something that I'm shocked by in all of this, going back to the back end stuff, I'm actually really shocked by how many complete strangers on the internet are willing to stick their entire integrity and morals to back somebody that is, again, a stranger on the internet without proof, verification, just on people's words. That actually shocks me to the extent that some of them take it. Because it's not even loyalty. That's not loyalty, because what are you being loyal to? It's all a facade. So that does surprise me, because they willingly go headfirst into a lot of these situations too. And people really get involved in the back end stuff and put so much energy and effort into making more of a mess of a situation than trying to help a situation. That will always shock me some. Again, people are messy in general, but there's some people out here that are really willing to risk a lot to take on something for no reason, in my opinion. Cosign for a lot. Let's go that way. Let's see, what other questions are there?
Yeah, I like Desiree's comment. So Desiree said I have to keep in mind these are only people in my phone. Exactly. Truly, if people could keep that in the forefront of their mind, they would be able to detach themselves emotionally so much from the stuff that goes on.
I like Andy's comment. Integrity is something not everyone has. It's about what you do when nobody is looking.
Yep. Hey, classy Mimi.
Hey everyone, popping in. Maybe I missed it. Sleepyhead says if you could become monetized, you might see how it is firsthand nonsense. I don't get it. Oh, with Justin or the creators that's pricing. I don't really know. I don't understand why that really matters in the big scheme of things, the monetized versus not monetized. Again, I understand that creators take advantage of that, but there's some creators out here that don't too. I think there's a big line of like double standards on YouTube, I think, with some of that.
Yeah, I also think I think it's hard. I mean, I think anybody who says, like they're just a lot of creators. They're just walking contradictions, right? We hear all the time like I'm doing this out of the kindness of my heart, but their page is monetized. Like, no, you're actually not. You're doing this because this is, your source of, making income. You're doing this for this particular person. You're doing it for the clicks. You're doing it for the views. You're doing it for the money. You're doing it for the attention. Whatever you're doing it for, it ain't out of the kindness of your heart. Because if it was truly out of the kindness of your heart, if you collect it, now we all know if YouTube is somebody's job, if Facebook is somebody's job, if TikTok is somebody's job, we understand that you should be paid for the content that you're putting out. And because it's taking you time, it makes perfect sense why you would be paid for that. Right? So that's not that's not the debate. Like we all understand that completely. But if on a normal basis, let's just say my page may make, I don't have a page. I'm just giving examples if it was. But if my page may make 2,500 a month, right? And this month covering this family's story, I make 25K this month, right? 10 times the amount I would normally get. Is it really out of the kindness of my heart that I've done this story? I may have started out there for sure. But at the end, did I do anything? Like, have I, did I give any money towards a funeral? Did I help a foundation that's been started to help for, whatever the situation was that I talked about out of the kindness of my heart? Did I help the world be any better in the end with that money? Because if all I did was benefit myself and my pockets or my closet or my kids or my husband or my house, then I struggle to really understand how that's out of the goodness of your heart.
I fully agree 100%. I've explained it a little bit with my feelings on monetization. I think there's a time and place for everything, and this just wasn't it for me. Like I have not felt right about it. I don't know when it and if that will change. And if it does, I will be as transparent with everybody as I have been. This wasn't for me about monetization ever. So, and I know that's like a great perk for people that come to YouTube. I didn't come to YouTube to create a channel like this in the first place. This just kind of all happened. And unfortunately, it's off of somebody else's tragedy. Like at the end of the day, that's the thing that I always go back to is I'm sitting here doing a video every day, calling out lies, debunking stuff, but I can shut this computer and turn it all away. This isn't my family. This isn't people that I have contact with. This does not really affect me, and I can shut it off at the end of the day when I want to. Yes, of course I think about it. It carries over. We all, get caught up in kind of that stuff. There's people out here that this is their lives. This is affecting their lives. For me, it's a hard reconciliation on that. So I got to be able to come around to feeling like I did something purposeful out of this before we can go into that realm, if that makes sense at all.
Yeah. Can I address just one of the
Anything.
comments? So Welsh says, nonsense. There are a lot of double standards on YouTube, and it's crazy. People say, be yourself, be real, treat everyone the same, but don't talk to that person. Then they're friends with that person, so be kind. So here's my thing, and I believe all of us up on this panel right now could attest to it. There is not a day that goes by where somebody is telling us who to talk to and who not to talk to. But we have to, I'm going to speak for myself. I'm not going to speak for anybody else. For me, if you're telling me not to speak to somebody, you better come with the facts and the truth, and you better expect some questions. And if that person has never done anything to me, I don't care if they did everything to you, that means nothing to me. If they've never lied to me, if they've never misinformed me, if they haven't done any of that stuff to me, I don't care what they did to you. Not in that way, but like it just, I'm not a person who is like, oh, you say don't like her, okay, I'm not talking to her anymore. Like, absolutely not. That's high school, middle school drama, and I'm not with it. So, and don't get me wrong, I don't think it doesn't mean that if you think somebody is problematic or there's an issue going on, you shouldn't warn somebody. Sure, give your warning, but let that person make their own decision. So who you are as a person should never be jeopardized by what anybody else has said or done, because you have that integrity for who you are and you're standing by it. I'm not a fan of letting other people like take it down and all that kind of stuff. That's just not my thing. So that's my 2 cents on that. Sorry.
No, I think that was I understand what you said completely. Bluntessa, do you want to add to that at all?
Nope, I completely agree.
Yeah, I don't think that's something that we don't do. That's something we've never done. Neither one of these guys have ever came to me. Actually, I don't think ever, and said, "Hey, you need to be careful. Don't talk to that person." Nobody has ever, out of these two, have ever said that. And we've been warned, I think all of us, about random people, the randomest names that you'll never, like, we don't even know who these people are. We get warnings about them and we're like, how does that affect? Because we don't know who these people are again. So we get warned about stuff, and never has anybody, like, to me said, like, do not talk to that person or I'll never talk to you again. I see it happen a lot, but my response when people do say stuff like that, or like, be careful of who you trust, is I always come back with, I say, be careful with who you trust on everything, kind of things. But what I like in somebody might not be the same things other people connect to. So again, at the end of the day, if that person did you wrong, I will see it. You won't have to tell me about it. Does that make sense? Just like Nanya said, like,
I would agree.
their actions speak louder than their words. And usually if you, hey, this is what's going on, give somebody a warning, their eyes, if they really understand, their eyes are open and they will see it firsthand.
Yeah. Hey, Cash. Hey, Navy. So LNG says, let me go back up. What about things that show character, though, like warning about character because of what they have done? So again, if let's just say, let's say I'm going to use Bluntessa and I as an example. If I go to Nonsense tomorrow and I send Nonsense a message and say, hey, I think we need to stop talking to Bluntessa because, I don't know, I don't know, she said blah 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 and so's live. I've got all the screenshots, but she can't be trusted. First of all, we don't do that kind of shit anyways, but excuse my
She said
language.
Nonsense's foot's ugly. That's why we're not talking to her anymore.
Right. There you go. So then Nonsense is like, oh, okay. Cool, Fucktessa. We won't talk to her anymore. That sounds great. Okay. But really, what if she didn't say that? What if I interpreted things wrong? What if somebody is in between us playing us like a fiddle? Like, you don't know that kind of stuff. So that's where I say the character is different. So if now again, if you warn me about somebody, and am I going to be watching? Am I going to keep my eyes open looking for things? 100% I will. But if I don't find the same type of because really, you have to understand, we all hear and read and see things in our own experiences. So when you have your experience goggles on, I could say something and you may be really super duper offended. Somebody else could maybe hear the same thing and they don't hear that offense that you feel because of the experience goggles. So I just that's where it's different for me. um Character is very different, but character is something that is public. You can tell somebody's character and their ethics if you just sit back and watch. You don't have to be the main attention, but you can sit back and watch and you can tell. And I'm pretty observant and pretty logical, but you can tell when somebody's character is off for sure, for me.
You can feel it usually. Some of these guys exude right through the phones and the computers and all of that. Where was there another question? I think I missed something else. Hold on, there was one
Yes,
on.
Andy. Andy said it's psychology. You and I can see or hear the same, and perception is everything.
Absolutely.
And I think, part of this particular situation that you cover, Nonsense, is it's imagine what wouldn't have happened if the drama aspect wouldn't have been added to it. Imagine how far along it could be, or how better off it could have been, or what actual good it could have done if you just removed the drama out of it. Like, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is.
Here's one that was asked on the YouTube comments. Thoughts on Alex Jones' judgments and how they may affect tragedy pimping going forward.
So I actually, when I seen that comment, I had to go look it up because I didn't know who he was. Again, I'm newer to YouTube, and I have never watched his content, so I feel like I can only give you an opinion based off of what I researched for about an hour today. The only thing I can say is, and again, I think it's so hard. Like, I really think it's the ethical versus the legal. For him, they were able to prove the legal, and he only lost because he didn't provide the proof that he was supposed to provide. um so that's like, it kind of was like by default. I don't know anything about him, so I'm not defending anybody, nothing like that. I don't think that it is going to do for the tragedy pimping community what people would hope that it would. People see that and they're just like, oh, that's so ridiculous, the court system is so ridiculous, I just can't believe that that would happen. But I don't think they're gonna see, like, finally, there's some shutting down that's happening. I just don't see there. I just don't see that happening.
Bluntessa, do you want to add a comment there?
I mean, I have big opinions on that whole case and Sandy Hook and the whole thing, and I'm not going to get into it, but I'm kind of frustrated with the verdict because I do believe that it kind of infringed on freedom of speech, but that's not something I'm going to get into here because that goes into politics and other things.
Yeah, that's a big one to compare to like what we see out here too, because that's on a large scale. Like, I don't know how to break that down to make it. I think people understand though. Like, that's a big one. There's another one over here though that we'll get to because, well, what section of the USA are each Tessa from? Love you, Cuntessa, a little extra. Love you too, Andy. I'll answer this. I'm from the western part of the United States. I've said that many times. We're over here in BFE. I am. You guys would actually laugh if you knew exactly where I was at. And they don't have to answer that if they don't want to, but I think they've answered it before.
Yeah, same. I'm in the Western.
Yeah. You can kind of tell the Western from the Eastern girls a little bit by the accent, some of them.
Don't start no West Coast, East Coast beef over here nonsense.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely not.
I'm just talking about the Southern accents and the Northern accents. Like, I don't know if, I guess because I'm from here, I don't really hear any accents from the West Coast much. So I just laugh about it. Somebody says, I need to know who all the Tessas are. You got them right here. And all of the commenters are Tessas.
Yeah, everybody's a Tessa here.
Everybody's a Tessa and a Tessa here.
They just have their own little name that goes in front of the Tessa.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions that you guys have? What else do you guys want to talk about? We can talk about some funny things if we want to. You guys can ask us like some funny questions. You guys have the Tessa's undivided attention and nobody's really brave enough to ask us questions. Why aren't you guys? It's like a hammer home. Come on. I think maybe it's because we're anonymous. They don't want to ask us certain things. And you guys can direct them at certain Tessas too. Like if you want to know something about somebody, how they feel about something.
Can I just say this? So one of the, like, I mean, of course I like everybody. So I'm not like just picking on anybody specific, but freaking Mocus, like I look forward to seeing Mocus Pocus in the comments every single time. Like I always learn something. If I've missed something on the YouTube streets, you can guarantee Mocus has got the deets and will send me to where I need to find it. And I swear, like almost everything, I don't know if it's a he or she, but everything they say, like, I'm like, dang, love that. Anyways.
No, we are really lucky. There are some great people that interact with us over here for sure. There's a lot.
all of them. LG wants to know, what advice do you give to starting a channel? We want to help and not sure what to do. Oh, to starting, a channel.
Who?
Don't
jump right in. I don't really have any good advice, to be honest. I when I say I genuinely did this without thinking, I did. I was like, I'll show them. They're not going to shut me up. I don't know if I ate too many brownies that night or what I did, but I started a YouTube channel and here we are. So I don't really have a great, this is what you do. Just be yourself. If you, I don't know, one thing I have to say that is really hard is you can be anonymous and still be transparent in yourself. Like, I get so sick of people trying to focus on the identity because you can still have fun, interact. You can accomplish a lot of good. You just have to do it with integrity, I think. I don't know. It depends on what you want out of it, I guess. What do you guys say?
I would say authenticity and integrity. Whatever the purpose for starting your channel is. Like, we have somewhere in here a couple of maybe days ago or sometime this week maybe, and they made I think it was sock puppets or handmade dolls or something like that. I think it's like the art of handmade dolls and puppets or something like that, right? 100%. Like that was their point of their channel, and you can see like the authenticity of their channel. They're not trying to be like anybody else. They're not trying to do anything. I mean, what they do is unique, but they're not trying to be like anybody else or say or do what other people want. My number one thing, like my number one makes me want to come for you hardcore in the comments on any page, is somebody who is somebody else's minion or puppet. I have like a zero tolerance. Like, I think everybody should have their own opinion and they should do their own research to make that opinion. So don't be that person. Like, don't let the money sway you so much that all you want to do is say what somebody else wants you to say just so you can get the money. Like, I just, it's integrity.
Make your channel about your passion.
Yeah. Because then you don't run out of content.
Yes. And it's genuine.
Yep. I agree with that.
And you find people that you can be creative with.
Yeah, your vibe, they say that, and I know it's cliche or whatever, but they say your vibe attracts your tribe. It really does, though. People that, you know, appreciate the same things, or they just kind of find their way to you. I mean, if you just do it genuinely and are yourself, I think people will find you. None of us are up here putting on a show for you guys. This is just us genuinely just talking to you. Navy asked, what do you all do for fun outside of streaming on the weekends? There you go. What do you guys like
I
to do?
work and work and work. Other than that, sports.
Nanya, what about you?
I sleep and spend time with my family.
Outside of streaming, which these guys don't stream hardly ever. And I just started streaming some. I am outside a lot. I cook. Obviously, you guys know that now. If you follow me on Facebook, I post my food all the time. I'm very much a homebody. So we watch a lot of silly TV shows. We do a lot of things like with the kids, going to parks and stuff like that. Very typical. Nothing really big, exciting. We do go to sporting events, boxing, motocross. I'm pretty active. Somebody asked, favorite author?
John Douglas.
I'm not a reader. I'm a watcher and listener and observer.
It depends on what genre we're talking, but like smutty fiction, I love Nora Roberts. I like some John Grisham. I like a little bit of everything. I'm kind of all over the place with that. Going, hold on.
Stephanie is determined to get our ages.
Their
Stephanie
ages.
obviously doesn't know. It is rude to ask a woman her age. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm in my 40s. That's the most I'll say.
18 times 2 plus a few.
I'm celebrating my 29th birthday. You just have to figure out how many times over. We're all like, most of us are in the same age range, like similar group. Close to 40s, 50s, in their 60s. What's in those brownies? I can't tell you. Let's see here. What else did we miss here?
I like Cherie's comment. Cherie, I cannot do any type of horror, paranormal, anything that is suspenseful, and what you consider suspenseful, dial that back by 30 times, and that's too suspenseful for me. I will not sleep. I'll leave all the lights on in my house. Like, I just do not do any type of suspense. Like, even action movies where like somebody's about to come around a corner, even though logically I know that the bad guy's about to come out and shoot him, right? I know that that's going to happen. That doesn't matter. I'm still terrified and screaming. So I don't do that. I like rom-coms. Those are my thing. And Lifetime. I could watch Lifetime movies and Hallmark movies all year long. The Christmas movies, love them. I'm cheesy like that.
We do talk about 90 Day Fiance quite a bit too.
Oh yes, love me some 90 Day Fiance.
Yeah, we're both big nerds on that. That's one thing for sure. Bluntessa is watching sports.
Yes. Or true crime.
She's watching the knock 'em down, drag out stuff. This chat makes me need snacks. Let's see here. Make sure you do what you like, and that way it's not a job, it's a hobby. Yep. Cook and do a lot of family things. Stephen King, a good one.
Kathy
So,
P, I am so down.
what's your favorite movie of all time? I'll ask you guys that, and then you guys answer in the comments too. What's your favorite movie of all time? Tessa's, you tell us, and they're going to tell us in the comments.
The Cutting Edge.
Oh, that's a good movie.
I don't have a favorite movie.
I don't know if I actually should answer this, to be honest, now that I thought about it, because it might make me sound more twisted than I actually am. My favorite movie of all time is Silence of the Lambs.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh, yeah, that is at the top of the list, even though I don't like that kind of stuff, but that is at the top of the list.
Anthony Hopkins is like I was saying this earlier to my other half. I was like, I don't know why, but I always just found, even in the Hannibal Lecter movies, him to be so charming until he does the tongue thing. That's exactly what I said earlier. But I watched that movie. I was on bed rest when I was pregnant, and for like 2.5 months, it was horrible. And I watched that movie every night to fall asleep. It was crazy. I don't get nightmares from it. Nothing. I don't know. I love that movie.
I think Goodfellas and Eve's Bayou. Those are the two movies that I could watch like over and over again.
I don't know if I've ever seen Eve's Bayou.
Oh, I absolutely love that movie.
I might have to check it out now. What did they say in the comments now? Let's see. I'm a Southern man, and my mama would slap me for asking a woman her age. You're turning 28 again next year. I'm also in my 40s, forever 29. Just turned 50. My family love home. Yep, I'm a homebody too. I think we're all kind of homebodies, aren't we? Oh, I love Janet Ivankovich. I read that when I was younger. Okay, let's go. Amityville Horror, Exorcist, The Conjuring, anything Ed and Lorraine Warren. Oh, we just watched, is it Halloween with Michael Myers? I love, what's her name? Why is it slipping right now? The lady that plays in Halloween.
Jamie
Lee Warren. No.
Lee Curtis.
Lee Curtis. Why did I say I can't think. Jamie Lee Curtis. She's aged so well. I just love her. Like, I think she is a great actress. The Princess Bride, Lonesome Dove. That's a good one. Shawshank Redemption. It puts the lotion on the skin. Sorry, I'm catching up in the comments, you guys.
Or it gets the hose again.
Spencer's Mountain. I don't know if I know that one. Paranormal stuff. The 10 Commandments. Cutting Edge, Top Gun. Somebody says they hate The Silence of the Lambs, which, yep. Sopranos. Okay, I'm way behind. Beetlejuice. Sorry, I'm skipping a lot, you guys. Jamie Lee Curtis. Sorry. Yeah, I butchered that one. All right, Gone with the Wind. Got some good ones. What's your favorite type of music? Let's ask that one. I know this is kind of a cheesy get to know you, but they're being really easy on us.
I like trap music. And 90s
Why
R&B.
did you whisper that?
It's a solid mixture of those two.
You like whispered it. I'm like, why? Bluntessa.
I listen to very hood, underground, gangsta music.
I think people are going to be like, BS, you guys. I listen to a little bit of everything. I grew up listening to country. Used to teach some country dancing. I love it all, though. I love 90s hip hop big time. I love 80s hair bands. I think 80s hair bands probably the most. I love like Pantera though too, and Korn if I'm driving. I don't know. There's a mood for everything, I think.
Yes, definitely. Music is definitely based off of my mood. My
I can,
playlists look manic. They're all over the place.
I can even get into some like
Mine
classical stuff.
too.
Motown, 70s, 80s, 90s. Yeah. R&B. Corn if you're driving. It just makes me drive fast. Okay. What else do you guys want to know? They're being really easy on us. It's kind of shocking. I thought there would be stuff that they want to know. Maybe we are pretty like level-headed though. What's interesting, sleepyhead? That we're all kind of all over the place. Nickelback too. I love dancing. I used to love to dance, not anymore. Well, my body just doesn't like it anymore. Last of the Mohicans. That's a good movie. Have you guys seen that?
I haven't.
I don't think I have. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not
Do you
good
guys
at remembering the movies afterwards. I can remember all kinds of random bullshit all the time. But like if I watch a movie, there's so many times where like my husband will say, "Oh, we already watched that," and I'm like, "No, I've never seen that before." And he's like, "No, we legit watched it." And I'm like, "No, I don't think we have." And then we watch it. I'm like, "Oh, halfway through, I'm like, oh yeah, we watched it. My bad." I'm terrible at remember that.
I'm terrible at
I
remembering
refuse to
actors'
drive. I pop in
names.
my car. People in the car look at me like I'm nuts. It's all over the place. Yeah. I don't know
Somebody
what a
said my
fanalo
mom.
is. What's a fanalo?
I don't know either.
Is that like a fan of Barry Manilow?
What?
I don't know.
How
What's a
did you
fanalo?
how did you put that? Could be actually. I didn't even think about that. I was thinking it was more something to do with like Harry Potter or something, but I don't know anything about that either. Okay, somebody asked if we're married. I've answered
Oh,
that before.
I think I have two. Yes, I am.
You have to.
I'd rather read. Okay.
I am soon to be divorced, hopefully. I mean, we've been trying this for 3 years now. Hopefully we can get it right one day.
Hell yeah. I am divorced too. That's one thing I will say is I have been married and divorced once. And I don't regret that divorce ever. That was the best day of my fucking life. If you're in a shitty marriage, divorce is really not that bad.
How did you meet?
What?
So somebody said, "How did you meet your significant other?" Mine was through friends. Let's do a 90 days night. We all watch and can have some fun with it. Oh yeah.
I gotta let my cat out. I met mine at a previous event and then reconnected years later.
Andy, what's a fanalo? One movie that's a newer movie that is amazing is Everything Everywhere All at Once. Seriously, everyone should watch it. I think I may have watched it. Everything Everywhere All at Once. Is that where the lady is like in like a different universe? Oh, okay. Yeah. I did watch it.
I'll answer this
That's
one on how many kids do we have. I have 3 that live with me and 1 that doesn't live here.
I have 4.
I have 4.
So all of us have 4.
Oh,
We didn't even know that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, we didn't. I've never realized that either.
Oh, that's interesting.
That is really interesting,
Huh.
actually.
Oh, it is a Barry Manilow fan. Thank you.
Oh, it
Okay.
is?
I did. Yeah, I guess I got it right.
You were on that. I was like laughing because I was like, how would you? But I never even put that together.
Probably only because we were talking about music.
Since a reader, I like that.
Oh, that's awesome, Melissa.
Favorite Christmas movie, you guys?
I freaking love, so I'm here for it. Stephanie, that's congratulations. That's really good. Yes, Clemson girl, we're talking about 90 Day Fiance. We watch all of them. Every
Happy
version of the show.
Yeah, the UK one we even watched. That one's funny too. I've gotten into the UK one big time. Navy's also divorced.
Interesting. Andy says he has 4 too.
Cool.
I prefer being single. Listen, Danson, I'm not even mad at you.
Married at 18, 32 years. Stephanie, that's awesome. I'm sorry.
14 grandchildren and 1 great-grandchild, Lorraine. Good for you.
Oh, Melissa, that's awesome. Sorry, I'm way behind.
National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. That's a good one. I have like this such a desire. My husband always laughs at me, but I have such a desire to to make my house look like the Griswold's house, like where he actually electrocutes himself. But I want my house to look like that. One Christmas, I will have it that way. Like it is like on my bucket list that my Christmas will look like that.
That would be great. You know the lamp, the leg lamp?
Yes.
Yes.
From the Christmas Story?
Yes. My in-laws have that on their table and they bring it out and it looks just like it every holiday. We get a picture of the lamp. It's awesome. They're great with that though.
Oh, if I had that, it would be out every day of the year.
Not just at Christmas?
No, I that would be part of my decor for sure, all year long.
It cracks me up. It's a staple. They bought us an ornament to go on our tree of the leg lamp too. They're hysterical though. Every year for Christmas, I buy t-shirts for the entire family. Instead of doing matching PJs, we do matching PJ bottoms and then smart ass, sarcastic Christmas shirts for the entire family. And I pick them all out. So I get away with some pretty good shit with my in-laws, actually. I always get them ones that are talking some mad shit and then their friends love them. So I'm like, yeah.
Oh my God. Melissa said, my children are 16 years apart. My oldest is 24 and my youngest is 8.
Whoa.
Oh,
Wow. Bless your heart, because I'd have been like, no, I'm almost done.
Yeah. Oof. That's a lot. Tell us in the comments, you guys, what do you guys like to do for fun? Or what's your hobbies? Anybody have any? I mean, you guys have been talking about reading and movies.
Die Hard.
You guys are, it seems like a lot of you guys are similar to us, that kind of homebodies, have similar interests in TV shows, movies, somewhat. Is there anybody that has anybody or any crazy hobbies like that are different?
Oh, not cow tipping. Wow.
I love to do makeup. Wait, who said cow tipping?
Lorraine, you already know it. Yeah, happy. Ask Clemson girl, has she been cow tipping tonight? Stephanie said my boys are 30 and 32. That 8-year-old is a spoiled baby. You already know, Lorraine. Everybody, even the oldest kid, you know, is spoiling that 8-year-old. Oh, Stephanie says she's a big crafter. Oh, so did Desiree. I cook and play.
CrossFit.
I play D&D on Sundays. What's D&D? Dungeons and Dragons? Oh my God, Navy. I think you just lost 13 cool points. Just saying.
No, it's like, what is that?
Hey, JJ. Mine are 6 years. Critters and more critters. Oh, no.
That's hysterical. 6 years apart.
My oldest is 30 and my youngest just turned 11. What in the world? And maybe y'all forgotten how it's happening? Wow. Sewing, knitting, and reading. I'm a big nerd and I like to work out. That feels like that is the definition of an oxymoron. I'm pretty sure of it. Like a nerd who likes to work out.
You know what's going to be happening now. All the little ladies are going to be like, wait, he's a nerd and he's in shape.
Oh my God. He's so amazing.
Right?
Oh, Navy. That's what they're going to do.
Poor Navy. He's just
I do crafts. I love reading. Oh, I love riding my bicycle for about 5 to 6 miles a day. And you play video games a lot. I like anything on the water. I like to sew, but I get burnt out having an Etsy shop. Oh, I can imagine.
Oh, that is one thing I never learned how to do was sew. In fact, I'll post pictures like my aunts, every one of them are amazing at sewing. One of my aunts had a big family and every one of the kids was homeschooled and they were extremely religious and traveled. The girls didn't wear jeans until until I was in my later teens. But my aunt used to sew us dresses all the time. And my sister learned how to sew. Everybody learned how to sew but me. I just never had an interest in it. But I was always out in the barn scooping shit or, playing with the animals, feeding, something. I didn't want to be doing that. I wish I learned how to sew, though. Do you guys know how to sew, either one of you?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Mm-mm.
No. Not my sometimes you got passions and you got gifts. That is not one of mine. Oh,
I'm not
wow.
crafty.
Daphne has offered to work out with Navy. Okay, then. Go ahead on. Andy said they don't have a crafty bone in their body.
I don't either. I am not. What about, does anybody like to fish? Any
No,
of you
you
guys?
have to sit there quiet for hours just staring at water. Not
I
my
haven't
thing.
been fishing since I was a kid, so
Nanya, you have to sit there for hours looking at the water.
I went fishing one time with my husband and my kids and our friends. And literally we were sitting there, right? And so my kids are talking and I'm talking and we're just hanging out, right? Having a great, family time, like hashtag making memories, right? Here we are. And my husband and his friend are like, shh, you're gonna scare the fish away. And I'm like, the fish live underwater, number one. It's garbled. That's number one. Number two, do you really think the fish are that stupid that they don't know that we're out here with our freaking fishing poles? I've never been back, needless to say. I'm not welcome back.
Oh, I can't even handle that. I love to fish. I have many amazing, cool stories about catching sturgeon, steelhead, salmon fishing, Bass Club champion stuff. Yeah. I grew up, I'm very country girl, very countrified over here. That's why I think your explanation of fishing just cracked me up because I grew up like sitting there with a fishing pole, the little Barbie poles that have like the fake little bobbers, the plastic bobbers. That's what I learned to cast in the living room. And I'd sit there for hours and never really paid attention to staring at water, but that's really what you do. I find it peaceful. I don't know. Fishing sounds so boring to me. Some are addicted. See, I love camping. Do you guys like to camp?
I do.
Is there even a need? I used to love it. Let me tell you. When I was younger, I used to love it because my body could handle basically sleeping on the ground.
Oh, hell no. Tenting is not for old age.
But I like to camp at the beach.
Oh, that's different though. I don't know if I've ever. That sounds
camping on the beach. I've never heard of such a thing.
That sounds like a
Really?
great. In a
Especially
hotel.
down in Mexico.
In New Mexico?
Mexico.
Oh, in Mexico.
In Mexico.
Oh, yeah. There's some beautiful areas down there, isn't there?
Mm-hmm. Penasco's beautiful.
Puerto Penasco. Yeah, that's what I've heard. Everybody's saying, no, staying in a hotel is roughing it enough. Yes, I like camping when I had a camper, but can't do tents. Yeah, we're all in the same age group. You always get a rock under your sleeping bag. I don't care if you're a professional camper or not. There's always a rock under that sleeping bag in that tent. And you know that it's not going to bother you until the middle of the night, and you're going to wake everybody up in camp if you try to get up and move it. you're screwed. Camping's not that fun. Anybody travel? Do you guys like to travel?
I love road trips. I lived in Mexico for 10 years, so.
Joe's muted.
I like road trips, and I love to travel.
I do too. Yeah. I think traveling's, it's relaxing. I mean, it can be really stressful. I guess it depends on what you're traveling for, but I find traveling to be relaxing too. I love to travel. I would love to live like you lived in Mexico for 10 years. I think that's amazing. I would love to be able to go to Costa Rica. We have plans that we want to be able to live in like Costa Rica, Amsterdam in our retired age. Oh, Nanya fell off. What else do we have? What else do you guys want to talk about? We're just kind of like, I thought they were going to hammer us with questions. They've been really respectful and nice.
Ask anything you want. I'm an open book.
Yeah, that's it. They've been really.
And the Amethyst Moon is also that's my personal Facebook page as well. Anybody who wants to chit chat or anything, go ahead and DM me. You can send me a friend request, anything. I'm like open.
Which Tessa lived in Mexico?
That would be me, Bluntessa.
What is your favorite place that you have visited? Ooh, Susie, I would love to go to Aruba.
Galveston, Texas.
Oh, did you like Galveston?
I love Galveston.
My mom actually lived in Seguin.
Mm.
But that's a little ways away from Galveston, kind of more at that area. I never got to go to Galveston, but I've heard it's amazing. I've kind of I've been to Canada a few different times. I love Victoria, BC. I also really liked Toronto. I don't know.
I lived in Iowa for a while. I've lived all over California, north, south, central.
Oh, what are your zodiac signs? Oh, Nanya's on 1%. She'll be back after she charges. I am a Capricorn.
My big three is Pisces, Cancer, and Scorpio. So I'm a triple water sign.
I don't know all of mine. There's that.
We need to do your natal chart.
Oh, I'm scared to know. That could be really horrifying, actually.
Nanya, you're a Taurus?
Ah, that actually kind of fits. I'm a Leo, Pisces, Aries.
Oh, we got them all in here.
Pugs. I love Victoria. I love the double-decker buses in Victoria. I love Victoria. I just love Victoria. Capricorn. What's a natal chart? Explain what a natal chart is, because I don't even know.
A natal chart just basically takes the date that you were born, the time you were born, and the area that you were born, and then it lines up like all the planets and the stars and everything, and kind of gives you an overall picture of everything about you, and how like the zodiac astrology and everything works for you. It's actually really interesting. There's a few apps and stuff that you can just put in your basic information and it'll give you your natal chart. But it's just something fun.
I don't know much about all of that stuff. I've been told I'm pretty true to what I'm supposed to be, but I don't really know. But then I look at other people that are the same and I'm like, I am nothing like that. So I don't know. Depends on which day of the week, I guess, if I act like that or not. Okay, let's see what else they said. Oh, they're saying, I'm a Scorpio, Virgo, Pisces. Scorpio, Virgo, Pisces. Apparently, I'm a typical Leo. I don't know what that even means. My 12th house was all messed up. I'm a Pisces through and through. I have 2 kids and they're 7 years and 1 day apart, January 8th and January 9th. Wow. How did you? That doesn't happen. Personality type. Oh. Do you know what personality type you have?
At work, I'm a very A-type personality, or when I'm researching something, I'm very A-type. But the like personal side of me and everything, I'm just kind of a mixture.
I'm a type Z.
Mm.
A zebra. I don't know. I'm kind of a mixture. I'm a very big contradiction of a lot of things, to be honest. Like what you would think. I have a lot of type A things about me, but I'm kind of all over the place too.
See, I'm either perfectly happy or perfectly pissed. So
Yeah, I'm not. I'm pretty chill for the most part. In general, even without brownies, I'm chill. I wasn't always like this though, I guess. I have 2
there's a
kids.
lot of Capricorns out there.
Yeah, there is. There's a lot. You're a Capricorn too. See, that surprises me. I don't really know enough. I need to look into it and see what like the personality traits are more because I know somebody else is one too, and I'm like, oh. Car, truck. Are you a car, truck person? Milkus is a peacekeeper. I can see that.
I love classic cars.
Good night, Kathy. Thanks for joining us. You love classic cars.
Classic.
What's your favorite car?
Oh, that would probably be either the 70 Chevelle or the 63 Impala.
No way. My favorite car is a 70s Chevelle.
Really?
Of all cars, yes, that is like my dream old car. This is so crazy because we're learning things about each other that we didn't know. Nanya, what's yours? You're a car person. That's crazy. I didn't have a clue that you liked classic cars. I don't think
I love classic cars.
70s Hemi Cuda is one of Navy's favorites. Cheesecake or chocolate? Cheesecake. 100% cheesecake.
Neither.
Are you a sweet eater?
I am, but I'm really, really trying with my keto. So I'm like, no sweets. No sweets. I don't like sweets. I'm telling myself I don't like them, even though I know I do. It's just, trying to play mind control games on myself.
I'm not a big sweet eater. I can make sweets like a mofo.
Mhm.
I have a really interesting like upbringing. So between being on the farm and then like when my parents divorced, my mom went another way, but my mom always decorated cakes and made candies when I was growing up. And that was how she made some of her income to supplement what they did on the farm. So I grew up eating sweets, and like there's not a picture of me from when I was like 5 months old till probably, I don't know, 6 that I don't have frosting all over my face. So I think I got burnt out of sweets when I was younger, and now I can make them and I'll eat a little bit unless I've ate brownies. And then I'm like, give me all the sweets. But then I have to have something salty to go with it. But I like cheesecake way more than chocolate. But I don't really like sweets.
Navy, I know there's some amazing keto sweets out there, but once I get the keto sweets, then I want the real stuff. So I'm just like, no, no, no. Don't like sweets. Just convince myself I don't like them.
What else did they say? What are your favorite scents or colors?
Colors for me would be purple and green. And scent is anything fresh like cotton or basically if it's a white candle, I'll like the scent.
You like fresh scents, like fresh
Fresh
linen,
scents.
stuff like that?
Yeah. Yeah, fresh linen, that's it.
I like fruity stuff or like baked banana bread, like the baked scents. Like a lot of those too. Black is my favorite color. I think I don't know if I have a favorite color. Oh, Nunya says, I'm a bougie bitch. My fave is a BMW 650i. I don't even know what that is.
Wow, okay.
I love Nunya. Uh, leather for favorite scent, Navy said. A lot of people like leather, actually. Clean smells for mochas, too. Anything masculine, toned color, aquamarine or blue. Sandalwood, blue and jasmine, vanilla. Favorite gemstone. Oh. Do you have a favorite gemstone?
Amethyst?
Rachel, I'll message you that. We got to make him work a couple more days to figure out who I am. What did you, sorry, what did you say again for your favorite? I think I heard you right, your gemstone.
Amethyst?
Yeah, I was going to say that's pretty obvious from your name. I don't have one, I don't think, really. I'm just I'm a really go with the flow person, so I don't have a lot of favorite things. I like a little bit of everything, I think. Sapphire. Yellow is your favorite. Worst Christmas present. Oh, shit. Do you have one that you can even I don't know if I have one that I can think of for worst Christmas. Nunya says no favorite gemstones for her.
I can't think of a worse Christmas gift.
I can't think of one either. I'll have to come back to that. I don't know if I
mean, my ex one time made a big fuss over some purse that he got me, and I swear that was like a little kid's purse that he grabbed from, like a corner store or something, but made a big fuss about how he stood in line for it and everything else. And I mean, the thought that counts, but all the extra wasn't needed.
I honestly can't think of anything that I don't know. I'm sure there's got to be something. I just can't think of it right now.
Oh, my ex's mom gave me an iron for Christmas one year, which, everybody wants to iron out their clothes.
That's like a slap in the face too.
Uh-huh.
Mother-in-law. Oh,
Yeah.
hint, hint. I still don't think I have one that I can really, I don't know. Knockoff designer perfume was somebody's patchouli. I don't mind the smell of patchouli at times. Good burning incense. I never think badly of any gift. Yeah, Daphne, I think, like, I'm sure I've gotten some funny ones. I mean, I've got some stories, I'm sure, if I really think about stuff, but I don't know if I've gotten a really poor gift. Tiger's eye is Rachel's favorite gemstone. Apple and cinnamon scents remind him of his Mimi's house during Christmas. I think a lot of people like familiar scents. Wait, what does Mocha say? The worst Christmas present I ever got was from someone who wanted it back. LOL.
Oh my goodness.
I think as a mom, though, that's something we do. Like when I get asked for Christmas presents, I don't know if it's just me, but I think I've asked for a vacuum cleaner for every Christmas for like the last 10 years. And I get stupid excited over vacuum cleaners and like pots and pans and stuff like that. So that's what I usually get. And that's what I ask for. But like bath towels for the entire family, I'll ask for those for Christmas, like stuff like that. So to me, it's exciting though. I don't know. I'm pretty easy to please. The worst, let's see. We play Dirty Santa Where'd it go? With an ugly or unusual ornaments, and I've gotten stuck with some really ugly ornament. That sounds fun, though. I bet because you have a story behind it. I think that's awesome. My mother, did you read that one? My mother-in-law got me and my two sister-in-laws the same shirt one year for Christmas, but in different colors. We don't have the same style at all.
Oh my goodness.
But that's a typical mother-in-law thing for sure.
Uh-huh.
Uh-oh. Freedom Believer. Oh, if you sent it this weekend, I have not checked my messages at all. I have had to take a break from messages. It's too much. But I will read them Monday morning for sure. That's my first thing on Monday morning. I just cannot keep up with the inbox. Sorry, you guys. I love getting kitchen gadgets and new bedding and sheets. Me too. Same. Pumpkin. Who likes pumpkin stuff? Are you a pumpkin spice person? Nunya, are you a pumpkin spice person?
No.
Me neither. Not at all. I don't get into the whole pumpkin anything. I don't drink coffee. Are you a coffee drinker?
Not at all.
What are a set of scan pans? Do you think I can get the classic set in Australia? What's scan pans? Best Christmas present ever. My husband bought me a Kimber 45 and a nightgown. That's a good gift. I promise to never do that to my daughter-in-laws, right? Oh, perfect. Freedom Believer. I'll look at it Monday morning for sure. I'll get back to you, I promise. The worst gift I got was an outfit for my hubs. He bought it in petite because I was very slim, but 5'9". Couldn't get
Oh my
past my
goodness.
knees. Oh, bless his heart for trying. But petite, yeah, I'm short. I'm very short. That's hysterical though. Mine stresses out about the holidays and buying gifts and stuff like that. So he does above and beyond, but it stresses him out so bad. You don't like coffee, but you love pumpkin. Bread, muffins, pie, everything. Oh, yuck. I don't like pumpkin taste at all. Not Navy's a coffee drinker. Oh, it's a brand of pots, fire eye pans. Have you heard of that?
No, I haven't. I was just about to Google it.
I'm gonna have to look it up too. I don't even know what that is. I liked iced coffee drinks, but not hot coffee. Okay, if you guys are you guys coffee or tea drinkers too? And I guess maybe that depends on where you're from in the world.
I'm a tea drinker, but it has to be iced. I don't like any hot drinks.
Wait, what, Mackie? We've been over here BSing, just bullshitting. So I haven't heard that yet, or if there's any truth to that at all. I've heard rumors going around, but I don't think anybody has confirmation of it. There's been a lot of talk about a lot of stuff. Coffee and tea, but unsweetened tea. I'm addicted to Starbucks. I go like 3 times a day. Neither iced coffee, iced tea, good pumpkin roll, sweet iced tea. There's a lot of iced tea drinkers in here. I'm a Diet Coke drinker. I don't drink coffee, tea, none of it. Oh, Nunya says not true. Okay, so she knows. Yeah, I didn't know we all had 4 either. We just found that out tonight. Southern sweet iced tea. Sweet tea is the blood of the South. Diet Dr. Pepper. Are you a soda drinker?
I'm not.
What's your favorite drink?
Tea, iced tea.
Favorite alcoholic beverage?
Oh, well, that would be tequila.
Tequila. You're a tequila drinker.
Just give me the bottle. No shot glass or anything needed.
After living in Mexico for 10 years, though, I'm sure you've drank some really good tequila.
Yes.
Sorry.
But I prefer the cheap stuff.
I haven't had a drink in so long. For so long. I don't even remember. And I didn't stop drinking for any other reason besides health reasons, just because of that. But I think I had a sip of my in-laws drink one time in the last like year, and that was probably it for like 5, 6 years. I don't know. It's been a long. Ooh, I like White Russians. I love homemade Kahlua. And I used to bartend. I love to sling some drinks. We could talk about some of that. Mexican beer, lemon drops and Jack Daniels, tequila or third run moonshine. Do you know what third run moonshine is?
No. I mean, unless they're talking about the stuff you make.
That's what I'm thinking.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah. Moonshine.
I'm wondering if
We also call it Pruno.
You don't drink any alcohol. My brothers are moonshiners. I have seen this show on TV a little bit. That's about the extent I know. Tequila hurts, and I'm always missing clothing the next day. A good Cosmopolitan, Modelo, Geladas, whiskey sours, vodka soda, Cape Cod, but I don't drink anymore. Haven't drank in 20 years. Not good with medication. Yeah, that's me too. I love Jack Daniels. Ooh. This is giving me heartburn even thinking about it. Man, I get hung over if I drink too. Even like in my mid-30s when I drank, I would get so hungover. Hurt. Ugh.
See, I think I'm just a lucky one. I've only maybe had 2 like bad hangovers. I don't get hangovers,
Oh,
which I think is actually a bad thing.
that's what I was gonna say. If I didn't get hangovers, I'd probably still drink. It absolutely depletes me. I am so sick. Uh-oh, I missed a bunch. Blueberry muffin moonshine. There's blueberry muffin moonshine. What? Did you know that?
You could probably make moonshine out of anything.
That's
Anything you could ferment.
That's Mai Tais. Congrats to everybody that's sober. Sorry if this is triggering. I didn't even think about that. I'm really sorry. Congrats to everybody for sobriety.
Yes, yes, yes.
Really sorry. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, Mocha's me too. Me too. My grandparents, none of my parents or grandparents were big into it, so I don't know much beyond that. Yeah, sick. Yeah, Navy, I believe it. Okay, let's talk about. There was something I was going to ask you. Oh my goodness, it just slipped my head. Like totally. You know when you have something on the tip of your tongue and you go to say it and it just goes bleh?
Uh-huh.
That's what I just legit did. I've talked a lot today though. Underwear. We got underwear. Oh, for Christmas. Yes. I think I do that to my kids though too. Uh-oh. None yet. What did Pug say that I missed? Wait, my mom's uncle went to prison with Al Capone for selling moonshine and not reporting the income. No shit. That's crazy. All right, what else was there? I'm a sailor. We know a thing or two about drinking. I'm like the dude I have to have a few White Russians every night. Nothing wrong with that. Favorite ice cream or food? Whew. Do you have one?
Favorite food is probably shawarma.
Okay, what's that?
It's a Lebanese dish. It's got lamb and vegetables and things in it.
I've never
But
even heard of
I
it.
love Middle Eastern food.
That's really interesting. I don't even really know if I've had much Middle Eastern food, to be honest. I love that though that you have all these experiences. Navy knows what that is. Melissa said
Yes.
Tex-Mex is hers, enchiladas, pie a la mode. Do you have a favorite ice cream?
No.
I'm not a big ice cream eater. If I do, it's like vanilla. I'm pretty bland. Favorite food? Oh goodness.
Yeah,
I'm
see, if I do ice cream, it's vanilla, and then I'll just add like fruit or whatever to it.
Yeah, I make a homemade chocolate syrup that hardens on the top of ice cream. I like that on vanilla ice cream, but I'm not a big sweet eater, and dairy and me just aren't really friends. Uh, Favorite food-wise, though, I'm weird when it comes to food. I'm a meat and potatoes type of girl. Like, give me a steak, a salad, garlic bread. That's probably my favorite meal of all time. I would say tacos, chimichangas. I'm gonna shift around locations of the house. Oh, she's back. Okay. Ha! Perfect timing. She can come back and talk for a minute so I can move locations.
Sorry.
Homemade big red ice cream? That sounds interesting.
Homemade what?
Homemade big red ice cream. Like big red, like the gum
What's
big
Big
red,
Red?
like the soda.
Mm. Crab and orange sherbet. Chocolate marshmallow ice cream. A good lamb vindaloo. And butter chicken with fresh naans. Triple fajitas tonight. Oh, chocolate peanut butter ice cream. Love that. Junk food. I'm here for it.
Navy. My dad used to drink the big red soda with a big bowl of chili. I know what you're talking about now.
Any chance you can put that chocolate recipe out for us nonsense? I'm guessing they're talking about your chocolate syrup.
Yeah, absolutely. I will. Give me a minute. I'm gonna give him some cold meds and send him to bed.
Okay. Big Red the crab soda? Maybe that's a southern thing. I don't know. I used to make it with my dad. True text, and he called it a Coke. It's making me laugh that like some people are behind on the live and they're trying to catch up, so their comments are like back on what we were talking about before. It's all Coke, just different times. Okay.
Definitely from the South.
Yeah, definitely. French bread pudding with a hard sauce. I I don't I just, does bread and pudding go in one place? That feels like it just shouldn't be happening. Just saying. Maybe it does and it's amazing, but I'm just saying my tongue does not think that would sound amazing. Persimmon pudding. Oh Lord. Now somebody's looking for a snack.
Wait, RC cola with peanuts in it? Isn't that like a what's the cooked? Is there cooked peanuts? Where's that? That's a southern thing too.
I think it's boiled peanuts.
Oh, that's what it is. Boiled peanuts.
Yeah, and I only know because when we went to South Carolina, that's one of the things that like everybody's like, you gotta have, and I'm like, okay.
Did you try it?
I did. I mean, they just tasted like peanuts to me. Like it wasn't anything that was like so different. I don't know. I have a bomb ass French bread pudding with the hard sauce recipe if anyone is interested. Oh, what is a hard sauce? Can we just like, is it like chocolate that got hard, or like what makes the sauce hard? I've got a lot of questions about that recipe.
I was wondering if it's made with alcohol, if that's why it's a hard sauce, or if it's a sauce that like gets a shell like texture to it.
Huh.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure which one they're talking about. I've never had boiled peanuts.
RC cola and a moon pie. I can't. I never had boiled peanuts. Are they soft? No. I mean, really, it's just like imagine like a regular peanut. The shell is a little bit softer to crack, but the peanut itself is just normal, like a roasted peanut kind of. I don't know. Didn't
It
make
is a
anything.
liquor sauce. Yep, hard sauce. Yep. Okay. It's got some sort of rum, brandy,
Oh yeah, no. Okay. All right,
bourbon,
not for me.
something like that.
You
I'm not
just pour a bag of salted peanuts in it.
I don't cook with booze a lot. Actually, I don't know if there's any alcohol in my house whatsoever. I don't think there probably is. There might be a bottle of wine from Christmas when my in-laws were here or something like that, but doubtful.
Okay, JJ. I love pumpkin. Just a little bit concerned about that, so I've got some questions for yours. One of my favorite things is fried pumpkin blossoms, almost as good as wild mushrooms. I don't personally partake in wild shrooms. However, uh, what exactly is a fried pumpkin blossom? Because I've heard of an awesome blossom, and it's just the onion kind of open up and fried. I'm here for that. But could you share what a pumpkin blossom is?
The mushroom comment.
Well, she says she's, all for the wild shrooms, so no judgment.
I think she's talking about the mushroom. What are those called that they pick in the South? The big mushrooms. There's a show on that too. You guys know what I'm
How do
talking
you know that there's a show for all this shit? That's my question.
because it's all on TLC and shit like that. I'll wake up at 2:00 in the morning and I'm like, what the frick is this? Because it's switched to something, and I'm like, where the hell? And my other half watches the craziest shit I've ever seen. Everything about like how stuff is made or weird shit. So I know about a bunch of weird shit about weird shit.
Daphne says she doesn't like boiled peanuts. Mocha says he or she cooks with beer, tequila, and white wines.
Like a fried zucchini blossom.
What is a zucchini blossom? Like, how does a zucchini blossom?
Maybe they're just talking about like onion rings, but they call it a
But made out
blossom.
of something else?
Maybe they cut it into like a petal like shape, and that's why it's called a blossom. I'm not
The
sure.
flower part on the vine before it fruits, you fry it.
What? Wait, what?
The flower part, so you know how on a pumpkin there's the yellow
Yeah.
flower thing it gets. So they fry that and they eat it?
I grow zucchini. What? You fry that and eat it?
You can fry magnolia blooms? What are y'all doing? Do y'all not have grocery stores?
Nanya's like, wait, what are you guys frying?
Why are y'all going to pick in the fields the flowers and frying them? Chocolate covered bacon is the shit. I'm gonna take your word for it, Navy, but I would try. I'm pretty not open to new things, so don't mind me. I'm not judging anybody's openness. I'm just saying, I got questions. That's all.
This
Flowers
is
first.
so funny.
Morel mushrooms. Oh no, it's the flowers.
Fry the zucchini. Do you dip them? Like, you're talking about deep fry batter, right? That you dip them in first and fry them, and then you eat them like that? Or are you guys just talking about like taking the whole flour and dipping it?
Pug says she had to dig into cow poop for magic shrooms. Listen, I think you had already found them before you went digging. I'm just going to put that out there just in case.
I've never eaten mushrooms out of a cow patty. And then the next comment I read was it's a wet batter. That does not work.
Get the blossoms off the vines. There are male and female blossoms. You pick the one that doesn't turn to a pumpkin. You have heard of frying blooms. Fry the zucchini blossoms if you grow zucchini. It's so good.
I've never even heard of such a thing.
I mean, so basically, like you take. So I would imagine. I'm just trying to use my imagination here because I'm honestly never going to try it, but I'm just going to imagine. So essentially, the flower petals have to be kind of thin and soft originally. So I want to say that when you would fry that, it would kind of come out kind of like a potato chip, minus the whole potato, and add the flour. Is that right? Like kind of the end product is kind of like a potato chip? Anybody say? Mocha said this deep South Great Depression talk for real.
I've honestly never heard of any of this.
Don't anyone tell her about dandelion wine? So not only do y'all go pick the weeds and the flowers in the fields, and in the gardens, not go to the grocery store, but now y'all take the same flowers and you make them into a wine in the South. Is that what you do? I'm good. Just asking for myself.
I've had Russian wine before that knocked me on my ass in high school. Like true Russian smash wine. Whew, that was some good stuff, but I've never had dandelion wine.
Whole poop is where magic mushrooms come from? What?
That is true. That is very true.
Again, I just need to know who went digging in the cow poop to determine that the best mushrooms were there. Like, I really truly believe that they were already on something before they hit the cow poop. You dip it in egg, then flour, and fry it in butter. So it's kind of like, well, I guess, okay. Oh no, not chocolate and bacon. I was pregnant when the craze started, and someone gave me bacon chocolate chip cookies. Sounded like a good bowl. Sounded like a good idea until I was hugging the toilet. Yeah. Okay. She went over next door and dug them out from under the manure piles. What?
I never did that. Mine came in a baggie, but
It's light and airy in a way. I mean, I just want to know, like, okay, now you're giving me even more questions. Like, is it cleaned before it got put in the baggie? Like, did you know that at some point in time this was sitting in a manure pile before you? I'm gonna assume you eat them.
yeah,
I've never done any of that, but I'm gonna assume that you eat them.
you can eat them, but you also can like microdose. There's a lot of different ways that people use psychedelic mushrooms. I was young and dumb. I didn't put that much thought into it. I didn't think about where it came from at that point in time. I just ate it. That was a whole, you don't put thought into it if you're doing that kind of stuff. You're like, see you later. I didn't like it either, so I only tried it once. I was young.
You can eat the dandelion leaves like salad and you fry the yellow flowers. No joke.
That I have heard before.
Dried them and sold the hell out of them for a long time. So now we're going to add on to Pugs's resume. She's got pimping. We've got selling shrooms. Wow.
There's
learning new things tonight about you guys.
There's a whole lot behind microdosing and the benefits of some psychedelics and stuff right now too, with mental health benefits. There's a whole lot behind that. That's like a whole conversation in itself.
What is polk salad?
I know what that is.
Ever heard of ramps and mountain oysters? The mountains should.
Wait.
I don't believe the mountains have oysters.
Are they talking about Rocky Mountain oysters? That's a totally different thing than like the oyster mushrooms. I don't. Where's the comment?
Anyone have snow in the water beside me? What? That must be the shrooms.
No, I think where she's at has snow, probably.
But look, she said, anyone have snow in the water beside me? Oh, snow in the water besides her. Okay. I was like, wait, what?
I think the shrooms might have gotten put in whatever you ate for dinner tonight.
Oh,
Oh,
I'm trying to catch up. Poke salad was my grandma's favorite. I'm afraid to even ask what's in it. Well, now you just
come on.
know to say no to. Let me tell you. First of all, you do not have to worry about that, Melissa. I will absolutely say no because I'm not a mushroom fan. But number two, now I'm going to be asking everybody: is there mushrooms in this? Did they come from cow shit? No. Okay, great. I can eat it then.
Bluntessa, Nanya's fucked up for the rest of the time now. She's stuck on mushrooms.
Step
Navy
away
wants
from
a
the
link.
mushrooms.
All of you out here talking about what Rocky Mountain oysters are, all I have to ask is, have you ever been to Testicle Festival? If you haven't, then I don't want to hear it because you've never experienced life. Go Google it if you haven't ever been.
No, I understand that the cow shit is the manure and the manure is a fertilizer. I get that completely.
Testicle festival, huh?
Yeah,
I've never heard such a thing. I'm gonna have to go Google that.
yeah, Google it.
Is
It's
this like a sausage fest?
it's like Sturgis on, I don't even know what you would put it. Sturgis, but people that celebrate Rocky Mountain oysters. It's an entire weekend event. It's right in the area of Sturgis, and it is an interesting time.
Mountain oysters are bull testicles?
Yes.
What? What? A mountain oyster? Like what?
It's a whole thing, y'all. It's a whole thing.
I feel like there's a whole life I haven't lived, apparently, according to YouTube.
I
When
don't
we
even
used
know.
to take the testicles off of our sheep, we would cook them up. They are actually good. No.
I can't eat them. Nope, I can't eat them. But there's a whole, like, they celebrate it like it's a celebrated thing with a whole festival and stuff. Yeah, it's wild. And yes, I've been to Sturgis.
They won't put them in your food. Oh wow.
Jamie, Daniel Pop. Honestly, the Testes Fair sounds repulsive. It is absolutely a shit show. I'll try anything but
Listen, happy. You ain't never lied. Eggs come from a chicken's butt. You are right. That's a good point. That is a good point. Okay.
Oh boy, when is it a good day to try that? Boiled peanuts are like waterlogged and then they don't have hardly any flavor. They're just crappy. I'm sorry, I'm not eating balls no matter what. I will starve. Pugs, you can't be pimping people and saying no to eating balls. I have a better slogan. Oh Lord.
I'll try anything but bull nuts. Are definitely not on the menu for me.
Which Tessa's shocked at Southern food? Where do you live?
On the West Coast?
I don't think we're shocked by it. We've just never had a lot of it.
I just have never heard of it. Like I just didn't know. Again, pardon me in my bubble. But I've never heard of these things. That's all.
Bluntessa's obviously the cultured one out of all of us. She mentioned her favorite food, and I didn't even know.
Shawarma, right?
So yeah, so she's cultured. We're the ones.
I've had crickets. I've had possum. I've had frog legs.
Do you like frog legs? Did you like frog legs?
I mean, I didn't care either way. It wasn't a bad taste, and it wasn't a good taste. It was just something to eat.
Oh, see, he's back in the room again. Crazy cat. I've never had them. I've heard a lot of people really like them. That's why I asked. It's just one of those things. I think I was an army brat. No more traveling.
Rattlesnake? Does it taste like?
Ugh.
Bear meat once. My parents didn't tell me. Oh wow.
I've had bear. Bear is very fatty.
Oh, happy. That's facts. But I just, I didn't eat them. Just saying. I like frog legs. Frog legs are good. My kids like frog legs, but I'm just not very open to those kinds of things.
Like gator. I've heard that a lot in the
Frog
South.
legs tasted like fishy chicken to me.
Yeah.
I don't like rattlesnake. I love gator. Gator.
No one can resist the sweaty balls. Tastes like chicken. Rattlesnake, it's got to be tough as leather. Snake is muscle. Had rattlesnake, not bad. I've had koala.
It's all muscle. Oh God. You had koala, like you ate a koala, Navy?
Dude, that's where this is going.
Aren't they endangered? No. Oh gosh. So if foods weird you out, never ask what authentic tamales are made from or what's in menudo. Okay, now here's the thing, Melissa. I think it's what you grew up on. I could eat menudo with tripe in it all day, every day. Not a problem. And I know what it's made of, but I think it's because I grew up on it that I could eat it. Like all the stuff you're naming, like I can't eat it, even though I know exactly what it comes from. It's crazy, but this is just stuff that I just haven't heard of before. Well, some of it, not, I just have never, heard of anybody eating mushrooms out of cow shit. That's all.
I'm dropping it, Navy.
Frog
you guys
legs
don't mind if Navy comes up and tells
Frog
us to
legs do not taste like chicken, nor does squirrel. That is a whole lie.
These guys crack me up. I've never heard of a lot of the stuff that they're talking about as far as food-wise goes. Here,
kangaroo? I didn't even know you could eat kangaroo. Bison is
there
really
anything
good.
You haven't eaten, Navy? Now I'm concerned.
Bison's actually really good. Yeah, bison's really lean. Chitterlings.
The sole are amazing for hangovers, Carol.
I've heard about chitterlings, I think, and I don't know if I could do them.
Tripas?
If you can eat tripe, you might like chitlins. No, so the reason why I can't is chitlins I can't eat because of the smell prior to them being cooked. And I feel like that smell in the house stays there days after they actually are cooked. So absolutely not. I could not eat it. And especially knowing, like, I didn't know what tripe was when I was a kid. I just knew menudo was fucking amazing. And still is.
I'll only eat it if I'm the one that's cleaned it and cooked it.
Hey, Navy.
Oh, chitlins.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, y'all, give me 1 second. We'll get my headphones hooked up.
Okay.
But I think my favorite food ever are pork cracklings. And I'm not talking about pork rinds. I'm talking about real pork rinds. Listen, Jan, yes. Chitterlings tasted like burnt pasta to me. Yes, Wait. It is, Linda.
What did she just say about pork what?
Cracklings?
Cracklings. Yeah, pork cracklings. Oh.
I don't know what that is.
It's a fried pork skin. Like pig skin.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like pork rinds, but it's not the same. Pork rinds are like the Wish version of cracklings.
Right. Now I've had so I've had kangaroo and koala before. Yeah.
Oh wow.
And safely. It wasn't anything done crazy. I was a student ambassador back in '96 to Australia and New Zealand, and they have it where they have like the older ones, the ones that die of natural causes, or every now and then they'll serve it up as a in certain restaurants, and we got the chance to taste both of them, and it wasn't anything special. It was just like it tastes like chicken.
Is it considered a delicacy there, or is it just like an everyday
No, it's a delicacy because they are endangered, and so you have to be very careful about how you do it. They have to die naturally. You can't kill them or poach them and all this kind of stuff. But because of the fact that we were over there as a like an ambassador event, then we got a chance to try it out, and I got lucky. I also held a koala. They are high as fuck.
That's really interesting. I didn't even know that was a thing.
You go down to Peru and Ecuador, you can eat guinea pig.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's all over the country though. Like I have a lot of friends from Vietnam and they have a lot of different things that they eat and stuff that they can't find in the States that they eat. It's just different.
It really is, and that's the interesting thing about like learning different cultures is that they eat a bunch of like really different stuff. Like kimchi, I can't do American kimchi, but I can do like Korean kimchi.
Isn't there multiple different ways that they make it too?
Yes.
Like hot, some of it is.
Yep.
Yeah, I
It's,
don't.
it's the same thing with sauerkraut. American sauerkraut tastes like crap. You get German sauerkraut, it's got a little sweetness to it. It's actually really good.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
I never
I
had
never.
sauerkraut.
Wait, what?
I never
Never?
had it. Mm-mm. No,
I'm
I
not
don't
a
even
fan.
know what it is. I mean, like I could describe it to you, like what it looks like, and I know what it is, like in that capacity. But like, if you ask me, well, how do you make it, or like what's it consist of, I couldn't tell you. I
Fermented
want to say
cabbage.
it's something pickled.
Yeah. It's like pickled fermented cabbage is all it is.
Oh,
But it
okay.
depends on what you add to it as far as like spices and stuff as to what gives it the flavor. And Americans like to have it just really sour, like sour, just kind of like But the Germans actually have it sweeter, and it's actually not bad to eat.
Strangest thing I've ever eaten is octopus. Have you guys? I'm sure most
Oh,
people
I
have
love
done
octopus. It's so good.
Yes.
So Mocha said, I was ordered I'll have what they're having at a Cuban restaurant. Ended up being octopus, baby ones mixed with rice. I ate it, but I never did that again. LOL.
Whew.
No, octopus is delicious, especially like you get some raw octopus and like cold. It's really good.
You are extremely cultured, I can tell.
I just well, I mean, we talked about this on your channel. Like I've done it. I have experience in different cultures. I speak a couple different languages and trying new foods. And I love food. I'm a fat kid, so trying new foods is like
You're a
like hey, try
foodie.
this. Yeah, oh yeah, 100%.
That's cool. I'm so bland when it comes to this stuff. So I'm more like Nunya. Like, haven't tried a lot of stuff, haven't heard a lot of the stuff. You and Bluntessa have tried stuff that like I said, I've never even heard of.
Bluntessa, are you the one that lived in Mexico, right?
Yes.
Do you speak Spanish?
No.
What? How do you live in Mexico for a decade and don't speak Spanish?
I mean, I can hold a basic conversation, but it's bad.
Oh man, I was interested because I speak Spanish fluently, and I was like, oh good, I have someone else I can like reach out to practice my Spanish with who's knows Spanish.
Sorry, not me. I wish.
I want to learn Spanish. That's something I was saying the other day. I would love to be able to speak fluent bilingual. I think that's such a good trait.
Melissa said, I once put bacon grease in my wax warmer to make my house smell, to cover the Mary Jane smell when my mother called and said she was coming over.
That is hilarious. I love that. That's so good.
That's some shit I would have done.
Right? Did it work, Melissa? That's what everybody wants to know. Okay.
Of course it did. The bacon grease, like my grandma. So my Mimi used to make homemade everything, and she made homemade gravy with the bacon grease. But you just smelled it when you walk in the house. That's all you smell was fucking bacon cooking. It's so good.
How many people, when they were younger, filled up their parents' liquor bottles or their friends' parents' liquor bottles with water because you drank some of their liquor out of the cabinet?
Hands up.
Yep.
Not me.
No, 100%. And it was dumb because they knew it, right?
I absolutely did way too much of that. But we were stupid. Like, we would fill the whiskey with water and it would just water down the whiskey. You add it to brown whiskey. Not very smart.
I know, right?
Always got caught. Can we hear Navy speaking Spanish?
Yeah, sure. Me encanta hablar en español. Todo el tiempo yo estoy buscando para la gente que quiere hablar conmigo. Me encanta practicar.
Oh, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good accent.
Thank you very much.
Anybody know what he said? Because I don't have a clue what he said. They're saying not me. My parents.
I just said like I love finding people that speak Spanish. I enjoy I love practicing my Spanish, right?
Oh, that's cool.
So, cada vez cuando yo puedo encontrar una persona que habla español, yo quiero hablar con ellos. I just want to practice with people that speak Spanish all the time. So,
Istanbul. I would love to go to Istanbul.
Constantinople.
I'm fully convinced that there are some people in life that like it's almost like, well, maybe there's like 3 different kinds of people. Maybe I'll say that. So there's like this first set of people that are like, give me any and everything brand new that I've never tasted, seen, or smelled before, and I want to try it, right? And then there's the people that are like, I'll slowly step out of my comfort zone and try this little cricket that you're offering me. Yes, I will, right? And then there are some people that are like, but do you have a cheeseburger on the menu at this restaurant while the rest of you try these new things?
Right.
Yeah, I am the last person. Just as long as they have something basic, I will try every restaurant. But you can guarantee I'm not stepping out of that. I don't want to have to leave here and stop to get food because that was gross and now I'm hungry.
I'm the one that needs to go to the interesting restaurant, but make sure they have chicken tenders on the menu.
have y'all ever tried foie gras?
Huh?
Foie gras. It's a fattened duck liver.
That'd be negatory for me. What about you girls?
Nope.
Yeah, if I can't spell it, I am not eating it.
It's actually really good. So people get mad because they actually like fatten these ducks up by like overfeeding them to an extent. They live amazing lives and they have like no worries in the world, but they overfeed them because it's like fatty duck liver that you or goose liver, not duck, sorry, goose liver that they serve, and it's actually really good.
Have you ever had lefse, anybody?
Mm-mm.
Does anybody know what lefse is?
No, I have no clue.
I know what Alexa is.
Lefse. It's Lefsa, not Alexa. You silly head. Pugs will know what it is. I guarantee Pugs will know what it is. There'll be a few in here that know what it is. So it is a Norwegian pastry. It's actually it looks like a tortilla shell, but it's made out of potatoes. And it's extremely thin. You roll it up, put butter and sugar on it or whatever, cinnamon sugar if you want. But it's just a sweet pastry. Very thin pastry, but it looks like a tortilla shell.
Sounds good.
It's amazing. Yep, I'm Swedish.
Stephanie, I have never heard it put like that. Stephanie said, me too. Yeah, I eat like a toddler. Facts. That's me.
Have y'all ever had haggis?
Nope.
No.
I've heard of it.
It's like a fish.
No, you haven't had haggis. Haggis is delicious. I was in Edinburgh years ago and had haggis for the first time. It's basically like a sheep stomach stuffed with like meat and other things, and they make it into a patty, and they call it haggis neeps and tatties, and it's got like turnips and potatoes, like mashed potatoes together, and they pour gravy over it. It's so good.
Does it look kind of like a beef stew, kind of minus the beef, but like
it's not a stew. It's it looks like a sausage patty. What it looks like.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so they cook it up, and then like I said, like you have like the turnips and the mashed potatoes together, and it's absolutely delicious. But it's not. It used to be banned in the U.S. because it was made from they had what do they call it, like organ meat in it, and so it's made from the liver. So
yeah, Melissa, me too. Somebody said, has anyone ever eaten scrapple?
I've never eaten it, but I've heard of it.
I've heard of it as well, and I have not eaten it.
I've never heard of it or eaten it.
Bluntessa. Scrapple, isn't it?
You even
I don't
tried
know if
Swedish
Bluntessa
cardamom
did it.
buns?
I can't even remember what it is right now, but it's almost like Spam, isn't it?
Like, yeah, I want to say it's like a Spam. Like, it's a Canadian thing. Isn't Scrapple like a Canadian?
That's what I was thinking too. It's potentially Canadian, but I think it's like a canned meat, if I'm right.
It's like what's the other one? Poutine.
We used to eat Spam all the time as kids, like Spam and cheese sandwiches.
Oh yeah,
all the time, fried Spam and cheese.
Yeah, when you grow up with certain funds, yeah.
I love good Scrapple. It looks kind of like shit in a pie. It's like hog head cheese. Oh, mincemeat. You guys know what mincemeat is?
Yeah, I've never had that. Stephanie said, I do have a rule. If it would eat me, I'll eat it.
Oh, it's not canned. Yes, an Amish thing.
Breaded and fried Spam?
Mm-hmm.
I've never had.
I've ever had it that way. That's interesting.
Oh, it's delicious.
I've had fried Spam, but like that's just like the Spam itself fried. But I've never breaded it and fried it. That sounds good.
In the South, you can fry and bread pretty much anything.
Is that where the fried Oreos started?
Yeah.
I've never had it.
And I'm telling y'all, if y'all get a chance to try bacon, like dipped in chocolate, like chocolate covered bacon, like usually the salty sweet mixture is the sweet and savory together is amazing.
Scrapple is Scandinavian. I can't talk. Chopped meat and gelatin like lunch meat. Yep. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah, like Spam.
Happy said, well, if you're going to mention haggis, anyone ever eaten pig brains and eggs? It's big in the South.
I have not actually. Like, it wasn't big where I come from in Texas, but
wait, you guys have Hardee's over there still? We're here.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a Hardee's in years.
Hardee's sells fried Spam and cheese sandwiches here. Wow.
It got replaced by what was it? There was a restaurant that replaced Hardee's, and I can't remember the name of it. But it's the same. It's the same food.
Carl's Jr.
Carl's Jr. Yep.
Does your guys' McDonald's have rice?
No.
What? No.
Yeah. Bluntessa, I don't know if she can still hear us or not.
She had to step down.
Oh, she's still. Should I take her off? Let me take her off. She can come back up when she was ready. McDonald's in Hawaii has rice.
Oh, it's Hawaii.
But there's other places, I guess.
Don't they have like it isn't like their menu is kind of what do you call it? Like regionally based?
Yeah, because it's in the Polynesian Islands too. But I guess they have what else is that? They have Spam. They have one of our really good friends lived in Hawaii for a long time, and the stuff they talk about all the time, I'm like, wait, what? They have all sorts of cool stuff. But I think they also have it in Japan, China. There's a few other places that have them.
Susie said, when I was 18, I was the biscuit maker at Hardee's. Okay, Susie, get your biscuit making on.
I worked at Hardee's in high school too. I worked in the drive-thru.
So fun fact, the craziest thing is we had our first visit to South Carolina maybe like a couple months ago. And on that visit to South Carolina, we had like we must go to these places kind of thing. And Bojangles was one of the places on that list because we've heard a lot about it, but just had never eaten there or been to one. I will say I am not a huge like customer service person. Like some people are like, I need the most outstanding customer service. Not really for me, but their customer service, I was like the lady, like damn there shoved the food here. Like, I mean, it was just, it was terrible. That was Zaxby's. Oh, that was Zaxby's. Never mind. I take it back. But yeah, we did try. We did try.
Zaxby's is good.
Okay.
Cherry wine.
The Zaxby's sauce is one of my favorites.
I like Zaxby's.
But I like Bojangles as well. The place I miss, like, because when I was stationed in Georgia, well, yeah, I was stationed in Georgia, but lived in South Carolina, is Waffle House. I really do miss Waffle House. That place is amazing.
I've never
Really
been to a Waffle House.
Oh, it's horribly good food. Like that's the only way I know how to describe it. Like it's one of those places that like you walk in, you're like, oh, you guys didn't pass inspection, did you? But then you eat the food and you're like, this is delicious.
I don't think I've ever lived anywhere that's had a Waffle House. I think they're pretty regional. Well, I don't know. Now that I think about it, I've heard they're great though. I would like to try. I've never had Bojangles either. Waffle House. Somebody's favorite.
What is gooey butter cake?
I feel like we're getting an education on so much.
So Waffle House was on my list of things to go to, but the one I went to, they were short staffed, and so they closed before we could even get there. So I didn't get to go there. But I mean, and trust me, I've been warned about them. But
do we have them anywhere on the West Coast? I don't know if we do. Or like the West
Waffle House?
Yeah.
I don't think so. It's mostly
No,
East Coast, southern East Coast.
Yeah, I think they're a southern thing. The most, like, I know in California they have like Roscoe's chicken and waffles.
Oh,
That's
Roscoe's.
really big. And, like, yeah.
So good. You ever had chicken and waffles? Chicken and waffles is delicious.
I like chicken and waffles.
So if you like chicken and waffles, you're gonna like bacon dipped in chocolate. I'm telling you, same thing. It's the savory sweet thing combined together.
I'm gonna try it. I'm not saying I'm not gonna try it. I said I would try it.
I'm telling you, you go try it and you come back and you let me know how much you love it.
Okay, I'll make sure that
If you like chicken and waffles, you're gonna love bacon dipped in chocolate.
Do you guys know what side pork is?
Mm-mm.
No, is that like the side of the pig?
I don't know really what it is. It's uncured bacon that you cook just like bacon, and then you salt and pepper it.
Oh, that sounds delicious.
I don't know if it's a farm thing, and that's just what my family called it, like all of it. I don't know if that's a thing or if it was like a Midwestern thing. I don't know really where the name comes from, but it's just all it is uncured bacon. It's cut the same exact way. It's just not cured, and you just salt and pepper it. It's so good though.
It sounds delicious.
Is it salt pork? I'm assuming maybe that's what it is.
Sounds like you should dip it in bacon. I mean, in chocolate.
Chocolate. I knew you were going to say that. Candy bacon. What is
candy bacon?
So have you ever had like a maple donut, like the maple donuts where they put the bacon on top with the maple syrup and all this kind of stuff? Yeah.
That's candied bacon.
Yeah, candied bacon is something like dipping like a maple type sauce or whatever, and that's what I'm saying. Like, it's the sweet and savory coming together. It's a perfect mix. It's so good. Like brown sugar on bacon.
I'm weird about foods touching and mixing and I cook a lot. But I'm a weird cook. Like I'm a very home style meat, potatoes, like not very much excitement in what I cook at all. And everything's gotta I'm not good about mixing things really.
How are you with spice? Like, do you like things that are like spicy, like hot, like temperature wise? Well, not temperature wise, but like spice wise.
No, I'm not.
No,
I have a very, very weak temperature gauge with food.
Oh, I love spice. Like I have like 7 different hot sauces in my cabinet right now. I love it.
I like flavor. I just don't like heat.
Well, it depends on the heat. Like, so it depends to me. It depends if the heat matches the food. So if it fits with what you're eating and it's not just like overriding it, then yes, I think it's delicious. But sometimes people eat stuff that's just like, the heat is just overriding everything else. No, but
I make salsa every year and I grow my own peppers and everything that goes in it. But I love a good fruit salsa, which is weird, but I make mango salsa. And that's that sweet But I kick the heat up in that quite a bit because the fruit sweetens it out a little bit. So that's a little spicy, but the fruit mellows it out some. I don't know. I'm a weirdo like that.
So I like to make a good like spicy sausage queso. And I throw like some jalapenos in there, maybe some serranos, and it's got a really good heat to it. But the lactose and the cheese helps kind of like
Right,
balance it
folks.
out.
That's actually this all
Pun
sounds like
said, this all sounds like State Fair Sparky Foods. Exactly.
Oh, I make turkey legs too. Yeah, we'll do the
It
whole
does.
thing. Do
I
it
think
up.
everybody
Oh, I
got
do
the
like
munchies
turkey
before
legs.
this live.
And
Everybody's
of course,
my brownies.
I'm a big meat eater, so I love like cooking steaks and all this kind of stuff, and chicken and turkey breast and all this kind of stuff. It's so good.
Yeah, that's interesting that you like to cook. None, you don't really like to cook, do you?
Not really. I mean, I have to cook, but it's not like I don't get in the kitchen and be like, let me just grab some stuff and put it together and make this amazing meal. I'm
Oh, I
more of
love to
like,
cook.
let me pull out this recipe and follow it
Yeah.
exactly so that we can have edible food.
Well, it's different, like, because I'm cooking for like for me by myself, right? And so I'm not cooking for a family. That's different, right? But Gordon Ramsay is my spirit animal, 100%.
I fall
That's
asleep to Hell's Kitchen.
Oh, I love. They have a new season now, and I love it. I can't. I'm reading ready to watch a new episode.
Didn't he do Bar Rescue also?
He didn't do Bar Rescue. He did Hotel Hell, and then which is kind of like Bar Rescue, and then I think that was like his version of Bar Rescue. It was like Hotel Hell, and then he did Kitchen Nightmares, which is
Kitchen
also
Nightmares. That's the one. I've never watched much of his stuff.
I really like as a military guy, the way he approaches things, like I love it, right? And everyone's like, "Oh, he's so mean," but he's not. He's not mean. He's just very direct and to the point. Like, don't be a dick, right? Here, do this. If you do it the way I tell you to, because I'm successful, I'll let you know how to be successful. And then when you do it, he's like, hey, buddy, come here. He's not like a dick the entire time.
I like the blunt, straightforward. Ooh, mango and strawberry salsa. I hate to cook. A lot of people don't. I get in the moods where I just have had too much of it. I like to cook.
I enjoy the smell of cooking. Like I enjoy when I cook stuff. Like I enjoy the smells coming together, and it's just kind of intoxicating.
Yeah, that's true. Some people, I I enjoy it most of the time. I'm not a big like experimental. Oh, let's try this extremely hard recipe, and then another thing like I don't want to sit there and make my plates look beautiful with
And
presentation and stuff because
you don't have to, right?
exactly, it's never going to get ate. It's just going to get taken off. So I'd get pissed off about my wasted time put into it.
So my thing is this, like, you can cook simple and still be amazingly delicious at the same time, but it's just the fact that it's home cooked. There's a lot of like, one of the things I missed when I deployed was home cooking, right?
Yep.
So I come home to my mom's house or whatever, and she's like, "Hey, we're gonna go out to eat." I was like, "I'd rather you cook me, chicken fried steak or whatever." And so she'll cook for me. And like one of the things my Mimi used to do before she passed on was that every time I come home to visit, she would always make me a homemade apple pie because apple pie is my favorite. And
I love apple pie.
so you can't argue with home cooked food, period.
I think that's kind of a thing too. Like I grew up, we sat around the dinner table and ate dinner at the same time
Yeah.
every night. Even when my mom and dad divorced, like they went their separate ways, we still like the dinner table was the center of our home. And no matter where we were, everything revolved around food and meals. And we had to sit there, which I am very thankful for now. But it was all, I don't know. I think food surrounded, like everything was around food, family get togethers, everything revolved around food. And some of that's kind of changed, I guess, the older I've gotten in my world. But it's kind of a sad thing because the comfort foods, like you talk about, and the older I get, the more I notice I do so much stuff like my mom, my grandma. I mean, I use their recipes, but I'm turning
Mhm.
into them over and over again because the food, I get my kids in the kitchen, get them helping cook. There's just all those things. And then the memories that you have about, oh, my grandma used to make this, or you just kind of start building those off too.
Well, and the funny thing was, when I was growing up as a kid, is that there's a lot of talk about, the old school, like the way the dynamic between men and women were, right? When I was a kid growing up, like as a guy, as a male, right, I was not allowed in the kitchen. Like we were over there for like Thanksgiving and Christmas. Like I'd come into the kitchen, they would kick me out because that was their space, right? They claimed it. They said, you go outside and grill with the guys, or you go in the living room and watch football, but don't
Good
come
night,
in here,
Desiree.
you know?
Yeah, that's true. So my mom actually we grew up, well, I'll explain this so I don't give too much away. I grew up in the restaurant world, so I started waiting tables when I was really young. I had a full-time job through high school. I worked 40 hours a week my junior, senior year,
Oh, wow.
in a restaurant. And on Sundays, this was a restaurant. My mom actually, a lady that owned a restaurant, my mom worked for her back way in the day, and then I worked for her in high school. Just weird turn of events, but I helped line cook on Sundays, and we had Sunday buffets because everybody would go to church and then come for the Sunday buffets after.
Mm-hmm.
And, prep cooked all of that. So even the home, and then it was just everybody went to church on Sundays and went to the restaurants and ate, on Sundays after church. And it was just so routine my whole childhood, I think. Well, for the most part. You just get used to that kind of stuff though. So even working in the environment through high school, you get set in those ways.
Hey, I'm gonna jump down. My phone needs a charge, and I'm not at home, so I cannot fully charge it the way that I need to with being up here on panel. So I'm gonna stay in the chat until you're done.
Yeah, we probably won't be. I've been live a lot today.
Indeed,
Like
you have.
chatting people's. Well, I did that 2 hour. I didn't mean for that to be 2 hours earlier, but thank you for popping on tonight and hanging out with us, Nanya.
No problem. Have a good night,
Always a
everyone.
pleasure, Nanya, every time.
Every time, Navy. Every time, every panel, anywhere we go.
Yes, ma'am.
Bye.
Bye.
Good night. Nanya is great. Nanya is a riot. Everybody loves Nanya.
Well, y'all are becoming like, we didn't know each other that long ago, right? It's been like pretty recent that we've found each other at that moment in time. Y'all are becoming some of my favorite folk, and I love it.
It's actually, they are so great. Honestly, I am so lucky to have just luckily found people with very similar interests. But there's so much like we don't know about each other. When we were just talking earlier, like we didn't know all of us had 4 kids. We had no clue of these facts. There's so much because this was genuinely when we say like we met through this is what brought us together because we were all for hunting the facts. And
Right.
people like get caught up. I think that's one thing that we've really seen is people get caught up on details and drama and bullshit. And for us, that's never really been a thing. So it's always hard for us to focus on, or when people start really bombarding with the drama and we're like, okay, but that really doesn't have anything to do with the bigger picture. And I think because we've been able to stay on that track, and I'm so thankful because they've had me or I've had them to bounce stuff off of it, and they've kept me on track without going off the rails a few times like I've wanted to, because trust me, I could get down and dirty in the mud with these guys, but it's just been really, and then it's genuine. Like we found you in uni, and all of these other people just kind of start falling into place.
Gravitating. Yeah. And we gravitate toward each other. Right.
And it's a very comfortable place over here. I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm oblivious to half the comments half the time, but I guess I'm just pretty calm and laid back. And usually when I go live, especially late at night, I'm like, I could give 2 shits about anything, but people are just calm here.
You know what this has become? The thing that I equate our online interactions to each other, like the true ones, not the fake drama bullshit that happens, is that, a lot of us in here are old enough to remember pen pals, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's the same thing. The only thing is that technology has made it to the point where we can be pen pals and like literally hear each other talk or see each other in person, right?
That's so true.
But it's the same thing because I got friends that are in, all over the world, like in Uni's Discord and coming over here and meeting people and stuff. I'm talking like Scotland, Australia, Norway, uh, the Netherlands, like you name it. And I probably have somebody who I talk to on a regular basis who is from that country. And it's just taking the whole pen pal thing and like made it that much better. To where you don't have to wait weeks for a letter. We can do it simultaneously as we're that day.
I really think that's true. And I love that you talk to people from, I think that's one of the most intriguing parts here when people start talking about the different countries that they're from. YouTube is one place that it really connects people from all over. Like there is a wide variety and it kind of just throws everybody together. And I love it because you have no idea who's from where until they start talking about it. And then you learn so much. I've learned
Yeah.
so much about different countries just from the chat.
And it's amazing. The thing is that this is what it was meant to be, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we have to remember, like Twitter and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, again, I call Twitter a dumpster fire all the time. However, there's some really good things you can do on Twitter, but it depends on what you want to do. The same thing with what you want to do with your channel, and anyone wants to do with the channel, and anything else, is that you can have it to be a place that is nothing but crazy ass drama all the time, or you can sit there and say, we're going to talk about the drama, and then we're going to jump into something like, what's your favorite place to eat? It's that simple.
Exactly.
And in doing so, we come together in a way that, a lot of like mainstream media claims that this isn't happening, but it's happening all over the place.
Right. Yeah, it really is. Janelle says, hey, Navy.
Hey, Janelle, how you doing, darling?
It really truly is though. Like we can be in the midst of a heated discussion about some really serious topics. And then you mention something like, hey, what's your favorite food? And people start, that's the one thing I love about this chat is they never once, like when people start asking questions, they will answer them. And I absolutely love that because they feel included and like their opinions matter. And that because we want to hear from you guys. I hate sitting up here talking about me. I just can't stand it. So when you guys engage and like talk in the comments and list things off that is, I love it. I absolutely love it. I love how like you came up on panel and talked like people are just so chill over here. It's weird. I don't know. Brownies.
That's why I asked because I didn't want to interrupt like a Tessa panel, right?
Oh no, you're fine. We call everybody. Everybody's a Tessa or a Tessa. Like everybody over here is a part of the Tessas.
So can I be a naive Tessa?
Yep.
There we go.
Absolutely.
There we go.
Oh, Janelle. Yeah, I have some stuff to say about that. Did you see that, Navy?
The update aspect?
Yeah.
No, I have no idea. I don't. So the thing is, I don't follow her. Right? I don't know what she says and stuff. I don't watch what she says. So usually it's other people coming to me and let me know, hey, by the way, because this attached to something that you said, or they, Uni's talking about, I don't really follow the updates on anything. So no, I have no clue.
Yeah, I was sent it during this. Mocha said it without a crystal ball update on Vaughn McCrae. Unfortunately, he hasn't improved. He's still in a coma. Andrea was reported to police for custodial interference. The case was forwarded to prosecutors.
His wife? Or because they're married, right? That's the same Drea, right? Andrea is a Drea.
Yeah, that's the same one and the same, but that's not an update. Again, there's no update, and the rest of it's none of our business. I don't.
Yeah. 100%.
There's a lot.
It's a lot to unpack.
I just, for me, I have a hard time with the kid aspect of it. I find that is very, it's just unnecessary in my opinion. But
unfortunately, especially when parents are somehow attached to social media in a bigger way, it's just like with celebrities or anybody else, the kids get dragged into it. And
yeah.
unfortunately, we see this all the time with divorce cases and stuff like that, where the kids are, used as, you know, some kind of like, bargaining chip or whatnot, and all this kind of stuff, or they use it as some kind of like leverage for one side or the other, and it's fucking atrocious.
I guess it just makes me feel some sort of way that whoever this source is that she has something to say about what's going on with the custody stuff and brings it to social media. But yet, how has social media helped this? Like that's
It
not
makes it
helping,
worse.
that's not
It doesn't.
helping him or his children. Like that's what I don't understand how bringing social media involved in this is helping anybody. I guess that's
It's
where
not.
I get
It's
stuck.
it's so. I'll use this as an example. My ex brother-in-law, right, used to what do you call it, like fake vague book all the
Oh
time on
yeah.
Facebook, right?
Mhm.
And every time he and my sister had a fight because he would post something on Facebook, and he and I were friends on Facebook. The wonder that he never realized I was going to see this and contact her like directly when I saw him post some kind of like sappy, love me fuck comment, shocked my mind, because I would see him do this and then, looking for sympathy or support or whatever, because, oh, just having a bad day, don't ask me about it, I'm not going to tell you about it. No, you will. You just want the attention. And so I call her and be like, your husband's fucking doing this again, right? And she's like, oh my God, are you serious? Like, yes. And
They don't think.
well, and the one thing, when me and my ex broke up, when I got divorced, right? Nobody knew. There was never any Facebook posts. There was never any like social media interaction about us having problems or issues or whatever. The only post
Oh, I think your sound went out. Uh-oh. Can you guys still hear him? I can't hear him. I might have just disconnected him. Yeah, sorry guys. I am against that. I haven't watched it. I thought it was just a post. I didn't know there was a video with it. Oh, yeah, hopefully he'll reconnect. That kind of stuff just is counterproductive. I don't get it. Yeah, it's not an update. That's not an update. And again, I just have a problem with the whole involvement of the children. Like I just can't understand the rational thinking of whoever this person is that supposedly cares about the children going to a YouTuber or anybody. Like I just can't. And maybe there's more to it, and maybe it's not from a source. I don't know. I don't know all of the details. Okay, yeah, he popped off. I'm sure his phone disconnected. Ugh, I wish I could say that. Yeah, so there's still no update, unfortunately. We're not going to talk about it. Rinko, thank you so much. I will get to that, you guys. That's what tomorrow I am going to work on, doing the video and asking for others to get involved. I have a few things that I want to get done. And then Monday, I will get to my inbox messages on Facebook. I am so sorry. I am really behind, but there's a lot going on. As far as that, yeah, that's not an update, not something I'm going to be sharing, entertaining at all. I just don't get it. Oh, here, Navy. I'll pop you a link real quick. Copy. Yeah, Mocus, I get that. Yeah, Linda, I do too. I feel for the kids. Like I can't help it. I just can't. Oh, Janelle, I don't know what you said. Sorry if I missed what you said. No, you're fine. Like it's just not an update. I Can you hear how deflated I am right now? I just don't understand why people continue to interrupt again. His headphones got to connect. No, you can put your face in it if you want to. Just under 20 seconds. You don't have to show your face in the video at all. Under 20 seconds saying, you know, if you want to say your channel name, if you don't want to, you can say whatever you want, just something with I stand against exploitation of victims and their families.
That is so awesome you doing that. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I really want to do something with that and get a big group effort, because it's not just, you know, the one main creator that we talk about. It's all of them. Well, not all of them. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of them that do the same thing over and over and over again.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I
Okay,
got
good.
you.
That's awesome. Like, what you're doing is amazing. That is, more people need to do this, because the thing is that it may not change everything, but at least it's you taking a stand on things.
Yeah, I think we have to, like, that's the other thing, you know, people ask what should I do with my YouTube or anything like that. And I just think, you know, I jumped in without even realizing what I was getting into. And honestly, it's probably the best. It's the only way I would have ever done it. If I would have known what I do now, no, I would have never started probably. But at the same time, I was obviously given this platform and an opportunity to make a difference some way, shape, or form. I don't know exactly what that is. That's not up for me to decide. I'm just kind of here and doing what comes naturally,
Well,
and where it goes, it goes.
let me give you an example of how you affect people and you don't even know it, right? So, like I said, I've learned multiple languages with the military and all this kind of stuff. And one day I was stationed in Georgia, and as a Persian linguist, right? And I was walking around, you know, the shop and all this kind of stuff, and there was this Air Force person came up to me and he goes, "I remember you," and I was like, "Okay," and they're like, "I was sitting in class one day, looking at this language, like I was like, there's no way someone like me could ever learn this language. There's no way someone like me could ever, like, be able to use this, or be, conversational or whatever." And then you popped in the class to ask my teacher something, because he was like the director of all the teachers, and I had to ask him a question about something we were doing. And I watched you walk in, because I'm very much a white guy, right? Blonde hair, blue eyed, white skin, all this kind of stuff. And she's like, "I saw you pop in, and you spoke to him in Farsi, 100%. He responded to you in Farsi, and you said okay, and then you left. When I saw you do that, I realized that if someone that, like you, who's obviously an American, can do this, and I can do it, right? I never even knew. I never looked at the class, never saw who was in there, had no clue who this person was, right? Until they came to me. And the thing with people doing channels like this and things that you're doing and stuff like that, like, you never know who you touch. You never know who you inspire. You never know who allow to say, you know what, is because she has decided to come out and do this way and have a voice, that I have a voice too, and I want to do the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully, I agree with that. Like, and that's what I think. If there's anything that is good, that, I mean, there is good things coming out of this already. Obviously, there's a great group of people here that, you know, come spend time with us whenever we pop on. There is good things that are coming out of it for sure, I would say.
Well, and
It's
so the thing is this, and I apologize. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, continue.
So yeah, no, you and I'm reading the chats, and Carol says, YouTube needs to be strict on TOS. So yes, they do. But one of the things you can do with channels like this, and the way you're doing things, and the way Uni does stuff, the reason I support Uni all the time, the things that he does, is because YouTube is hit or miss. Okay. The thing is, people that you talk about, like Molly and others, right? They love the fan base. They have to have this fan base. And so what you do by doing this, what Uni does, and all this kind of stuff, hopefully YouTube listens, but they don't 9 times out of 10. However, what you can do, the power you have, and anyone who decides to start their channel and speak out against the people who are abusing others and using or tragedy pimps and all this kind of stuff, is that you're going to reach people who watch them. You're going to, when you hashtag them and you talk about, you know, the things that they do and you provide the evidence, you're going to hit them worse than TOS would, because what you're going to do is you're going to get people to stop following them. And it's always going to be there. And that is going to hurt them in the pocketbook, which is what they love. They want clicks and views and money. So when you start hurting them in the fact of clicks and views and money, like we've seen with other people that Uni and I have gone after for years, you start watching them dwindle down. And that's what channels like this do. That's what people like you do, who have the bravery to stand up and say things and do this, is because you're going to be out there. So when someone searches these people, they're going to find you. They're going to find, you know, all these commentary channels and be like, okay, so I hear what they say, but now I'm hearing the opposite side, and the opposite side has evidence. They have clipped live streams and all this kind of stuff. That is what you're doing. You're doing an amazing job.
There's actually a lot of people in the chat that came to my channel questioning me. Actually, Nunya was one of my biggest critics and had a ton of questions for me at first, like, what are you doing, kind of thing. And not that I was out of line. Amethyst asked me the same questions. There are so many people that hit me with these questions, and I'm so grateful that people did, because it made me up my game to the point of, oh, there's a lot of pressure right here. And again, I walked in without realizing what I was even getting into. I never expected it to be this way where it has led. Never in my wildest dreams did I expect it to get to this point. This should have been stopped way sooner. And it was because how they were able to steamroll this, it continued to. And that's the only reason why I came to YouTube. I've said that a million times, and it's exactly the truth. But I was so grateful for the people that were hitting me hard with the hard questions and really like, okay, so you're going to say this. Are you going to show this? And I really realized, like, okay, this is going to be a process that I'm going to have to unravel, but I have to go about it the correct way, because I got one shot here and that's it. And if I come out here throwing mud and lying, not making sure things are vetted, like, I needed to make sure that my I's were dotted and my T's were crossed, because you're building a channel, don't have a clue what you're doing, and you're going after somebody with 80,000 subs and saying, I could care less. Going after what somebody with 230,000 subs, I could care less what you say. It was never about the creators or how big they were. I didn't even know that they were big channels, like that big of channels to begin with. I had no idea. And I was equally just ready to call any of them out based on the facts, and things transition fast. But thankfully, because people were hitting me with the questions, and I mean, I'm a very to the point person anyways. I will sit and like try to navigate myself around, and I'll back myself into 18 corners trying to prove myself wrong before I put it out there. So thankfully I'm like that anyways, but that pressure actually did help a lot of me stick to, no, this is where I need to continue to go. I need to continue with the facts. And people were so anxious to learn some sort of factual details and hear that they were not alone in these thoughts, because anybody that expressed them before got shunned. People had been having these thoughts. They just were silenced.
Or they get bullied. They get, you know, this and the third from people who think that because they have bigger channels that, you know, oh, I'm going to, you know, yell at you, or I'm going to, you know, blast you, and my simps are going to come over and harass you. Well, you know what? It's going to happen.
Yeah.
So if you're going to do this, like, just accept it. They're going to come over. I mean, all the time in Uni's chat, like I'm having a mod all the time, because, you know, Molly Simps or fucking KJ people who, you know, love her want to come over and talk shit, or, you know, whoever want to come over and do this, and we just get rid of them, right?
Yeah.
What you build this community that does is because the truth is what is important. The truth and evidence.
And that's a lot of those people that were followers of any of those creators were so anxious for some sort of factual based content that they could rely on. But I will say they are the most untrusting group of people too, which is
Well, I
great.
mean, it makes sense. But the thing is, the one
Absolutely.
thing you know though is that if they're the most untrusting group and they come back to you time and time again, it's because you're doing good work, and you are. I love your channel.
Yeah, it's been weird to say the least. Like the support, again, it's been amazing, but it's still weird because it just shows how
Yep.
much people are, so sick of being silenced, so sick of having to go along with everybody else's narrative to fit in with something, to be worried about expressing that they have struggles too and they're human, and not have somebody attack them about that 10 seconds later when, like, it's just so weird
Exactly.
to me that people are aching for such normalcy. This is how we are. And I don't think that's what's so weird to me, because I am so typical. I am your typical average everyday mom. There is nothing
And
extraordinary.
that
Like, I'm
is
not no
what that is
superhero.
the point. That's the point, right?
Yeah,
The point
relatable.
is you are the relatable, but you're the one person who wanted to get up and say something. And there's nothing wrong with being afraid to say something, like it happens. But the thing is, though, is that you know that when you find someone who is able to stand up, who is able to take on that mantle of standing up and saying things, like you and Rabbit and others, right? Then you and like nonsense comes in with the fucking like so many receipts. I can't even count. It's amazing, right?
Yeah, I haven't even dropped them all.
I know, right? I mean, you can't like the one time I think you were sending me the in my DMs on Twitter, all the stuff from the Facebook group, right? I was like, I've never gotten so many fucking Twitter DMs in my entire life. Holy crap,
I
you
don't
know?
come half-ass.
No, you don't. And the thing is that you're honest and you're transparent. That's the
Yeah,
two things, the two fucking things that you need to be an honest creator. You may not be the biggest YouTube creator, you may be like a small channel for fucking ever, which I hope you're not. I swear to God, I share it out and I hope people come watch you. But as long as you're honest and transparent, then who gives a fuck, right?
right. That's it's so weird to me when they get that goes back to, like, the identity thing. Like, they get so caught up on who I am, and it's like, at the end of the day, why does it matter who any of
It
us are?
doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Like, and I guess genuine people out here, good people, aren't looking for that. They're just looking for normalcy, acceptance. They don't care about all the bullshit in somebody's past and all this he said, she, they don't get caught up on shit like that. So to all of us, none of that stuff matters, but it's really interesting how many people are focused on those petty things.
I think one time there was someone that came into Uni's live chat. It was like, "You guys are both fathers. How dare you do this to Molly?" And I'm like, "But I'm not a father, and you guys are just making like this is where the crazy like assumptions come in. Like you being KJ come in,
Would that have to do with anything, though, if you are a
right?
father?
Exactly. It's my fucking opinion.
I would think, I guess that goes into their whole thing, like, oh, I hope you people aren't mothers because you're just horrible junkie, blah, blah, blah,
Right?
that bullshit. But it just doesn't make sense, because at the end of the day, even on that, you're not going to parent shame me, because yeah, I am a mom and I am damn proud of what I've taught my kids for morals and ethics,
Exactly.
100%.
Yeah. And no one can take that away from you. That's what I'm saying. Like when it comes to these people, like the thing is when it comes to like these creators who all they have is YouTube, right?
Yeah.
But people like you and others, and I thought this way about others that I've met in the past, and they've turned out to kind of like disappoint me in the way that they're doing things. But like when I see you and I see Rabbit and all these others, like you guys, like YouTube is like a hobby, right? It's a fun thing to do. I get on here and I have a purpose that I'm trying to get across, but it's not the crux of my existence. It's not what defines me as a person, right?
And maybe that's because I wasn't looking. Maybe I'm lucky because I didn't come into this looking to fulfill a void.
Right.
maybe that's why, I didn't come into this looking for a job opportunity. I came in this genuinely backwards. My ass went through the door first because my brain wasn't thinking on that one. But I ended up here. So however it is, but maybe it's just because I have such a different outlook on what this means. Like, I look at it as a tool to help others, and there's something that has to be good that will come out of it some way, shape, or form. And if we just keep pushing, something good, there will be something good, and anything good can be made out of it. You can make something small that's good or something huge that's good.
Yeah.
And I just think,
Well,
here we are. No,
and
go
the
ahead.
thing I've seen over the last roughly 3 to 4 years, I've been hanging out with Uni and watching these other content creators, is that it really depends on what defines you.
Yeah.
So when you come to look at yourself as a person in the mirror every day, what defines you? Do you define yourself as a YouTube creator in an aspect that, this is the crux of who I am, and if I'm not successful, I'm a failure as a person? Or do you look at yourself and say, listen, I create content on YouTube, but I'm also a mother who has successfully raised children. I'm a wife. I'm a partner. I'm a this, that, and a third. And so what defines me, or I'm religious or whatever. And so what defines me is the overall aspect, all these things coming together, but not one single aspect defines me as a person. When I find out the people that are like the biggest shitbags on YouTube, it turns out that YouTube is what defines them as a person. Like, if they don't get the clicks and views, if they don't get this, that, and the third, Patreons or whatever, then they consider their life a failure. When I find the good folk like yourself and everybody else, is because of the fact that YouTube is just a small aspect of what defines you as a person. But what you really take value in is the aspect of impact you've had on others' lives, like raising kids, or being friends with somebody in real life. And so
Yeah.
that's what differentiates these people.
Yeah, I think for me, that's very true. I have to have tangible, there has to be something. I don't even consider myself a YouTube creator. That's the funny thing though too.
Well, you are, because we're like literally creating right now. So,
and that's so funny to me because I just throw up videos and screw around. So it's weird because people will ask me like stuff about creating channels and things like that, and I genuinely feel so bad because I know they want a genuine answer, and I'm like, I'm the worst person to ask. This is what happened. But
so Nate the lawyer doesn't give an answer, right?
true.
He says, I'm going to give you the way the law sees things, and it's up to you to come to a determination on right or wrong, or what the answer is. There is no obligation for you to give an answer to anybody. What you do is you give your opinion, and you give the facts of the case of whatever you're talking about, whether it be, reality TV, or true crime, or whatever. You give your opinion plus what you've seen happening, right? And it's up to people watching you to determine the answer. You're not there to give them an answer.
That's
And
true.
as long as you remember that, you're fine.
And I think sometimes no answer is the best.
No answer is always the best, because it's not like I'm going to give you my opinion on things, but I'm not going to tell you how to think. I'm not going to tell you how to believe. So take what I say, like it, don't like it, whatever, but watch my content, because I'm going to give you the ability to have the space to determine for yourself. That's all it is.
And it makes people have to use their own brains and thought process. Sorry, I was running water for a second.
No worries. Yeah.
But I think it makes people really dive deeper into their own thoughts and beliefs. And a lot of people want to be challenged to think a little bit further about stuff, I think.
And you know what it avoids is a fucking echo chamber.
Oh, there's so many of those over here.
So narcissistic creators like Molly and others, right? They want an echo chamber. They want some like yes men around them all the time. Everything you do is great. Everything you do is correct. I don't care, how it hurts others or whatever. Everything you do is great. They want an echo chamber. And people
Yeah.
like you and others that I've seen are striving not to have that echo chamber. But the problem is sometimes you're not going to get, all the big followers and stuff because they want this, like, I hate some person all the time, every time, no matter what they do. And you're not willing to do that.
And that's the funny thing to me is because this type of like back and forth dialogue, like random conversations about random stuff. This is so much more enjoyable to me than
Yes.
watching a bunch of 8 people scream and yell and you can't understand what anybody's saying and
Over
nobody.
talk each other.
Yeah. And they really, none of them have a point, but they just want to hear themselves talk because they don't want to hear the other person talk. So they're just talking in circles and you can't understand the shit. You end up with a headache afterwards. I'd sit here and do this all day. Like this, I think such normal conversation is what people are genuinely really lacking and really wanting right now.
Yes.
To know that their opinions matter, or that, they used their common sense and this is how they feel, and to be able to express it no matter which way it goes and feel supported.
I remember there was a time I was in, I think, Ravis Live, right? And I made a comment about Letitia. And a lot of people disagreed with me on my comment. And one person told me that maybe you should keep your comments to yourself. I'm like, that's not the way things work on YouTube,
Yeah.
right? Like, you can feel that way, and that's fine. I feel that way about a lot of people that express their comments. But, I'm not going to stop them from being able to express their opinion on things.
Yep.
And I can, if you want to engage with me and discuss why I feel the way I do, then we can do this. But telling me that I should just keep my comments to myself is not what this is about. And it's not what your channel is about or anybody else's channel is about that really looks for having honest dialogue about people's differences and different views on whatever it is you're talking about.
I think the other thing too is people genuinely don't have respect for one another's differences.
Well, people get in their feels, right? So when you hear a topic, and don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to say anything bad about getting, like, in your feels about a certain topic that is close to home, right? Because I've been there, I've done it myself, right? But just because it's close to home doesn't mean that people can't disagree with you. Because of
Right.
your specific interaction with a certain situation does not apply to the overall arching aspect of all situations. And so, I got yelled at the other day about an aspect of, like, offense. And I'm not going to bring it up here, but the thing is that there is a overarching understanding to what offense is and all this kind of stuff. And so, there's a lot to it, and you just can't tell somebody because you had a personal experience with something that they're not allowed to have an opinion on the overarching aspect.
Well, a lot of people's opinions are based off of emotions, and who am I or any of us to tell somebody else that their emotions are not valid?
The only thing I'll say to that is the one thing I do not like about this new way people are talking is saying things like my truth. And let me explain why I say that, because there is the truth, right? The truth is the truth. An event happens, and the truth of the matter is whatever happened in that event. Your association with the event is your experience. So tell me your experience, but don't call it my truth.
Exactly. There is that.
Right?
I agree with that.
So I will fight that to this day because you're misusing the term truth. Say my experience with the cops, my experience with, medical systems or mental health or whatever, that is your experience. It's not a truth. Like, let the truth be the truth. And then let us know about your experience, because your experience with the truth matters.
I think people are so when I say that about like people's emotions are never wrong, right? So emotions are just feelings. That's how you feel about it. Whether it's
Right.
misplaced,
Correct.
not
Yeah.
correct timing, not
Yeah.
communicated properly, however you want to look at it, emotions are valid no matter what they are.
Yes.
And a lot of people's emotions are guided off of their previous experience because that's where everybody draws from. So it's hard. And I think a lot of people have a hard time separating their emotions about a situation that they can identify with. And then they speak their truth, which still it's part of their truth, but it's how they interpret it in their lives, not the truth based on what the facts are.
And so the problem I have with that, and it is semantics. Don't get me wrong. It
Mhm.
is semantics of what I'm talking about, and I'm talking about it for a reason because you're hijacking a word, right?
Mhm.
Truth has a connotation to it. Like when you say this is the truth, it means that empirically this is what happened.
Yep,
Okay. When
absolutely.
you say things like my truth, right? You're implying that whatever it is that you're portraying is empirically what happened, which is not
No,
not
right.
based on evidence,
Yeah,
right? So
it's based off
stop
emotion.
using that because but they use that for a reason to sit there and try to give more validity to what people are saying. And I'm not saying you shouldn't give validity to what people are saying. What I'm saying is don't over validify or don't over
Validate.
validate, yeah, what people are saying because they claim it to be the truth. It's their experience, and their experience is based on their opinion subjectively of how they saw things.
I guess when I hear people say it's my truth, or I guess I never really even take that into account because somebody saying it's their truth is again it's usually not fact basis, it's opinion based off of emotion.
Well,
So yeah.
sorry, go ahead.
No, I don't think I've ever said like I think I always say this is the facts. This is the truth. And that's not the truth.
Well,
That's what I try to say.
I just don't like people using it because it dilutes the definition of the word. So we have a word that means something that when I say this is the truth of the
Yeah,
matter, right?
that's
It means that this is the facts of the matter. They're objective, not subjective. And but when you say my truth, it's 100% subjective, right? It may be true, right?
that's yeah, that's very valid.
But it's still subjective. So stop calling it my truth, right? It's my experience, my perception.
They
Okay,
have been saying that a lot lately, haven't they?
but they do that because it's a lot of people like to use these certain catch terms in order to, over validate what they're saying, and it is destroying the ability to have the conversations that you and I are having now.
Yeah, that is true.
Because if you and I were arguing about something, right? I'm a male, right? Cisgender male, and you would have come to me and said, "Well, this is my truth." It's going to destroy anything I have to say after that,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I guess that's the attempt.
Exactly. And so that's why I disagree with it. I'm not disagreeing with people having their experiences, their opinions, and their subjective view on things. It's fine. We all do. We're humans. This is what we do, right? We live in a subjective world. But don't hijack certain words in order to to make your comments more important than others.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
I never thought about it that far to be truthful because I don't think I've ever said it.
Me either. I've never I've,
I
I've
don't know
never
if
said
I
that
have.
word like my truth. I've never said like this is my truth. Like my experience with the cops or my experience with this or this that, and the third. It's just my experience with it, right? It doesn't mean that my experience is everybody's experience because like I'll say for example, like my experience with military medicine, being in the Navy over 20 years. I had 21 years in like next March, right? So
Sure.
my experience with military medicine is whatever it is, but you could have a completely different experience, as a woman in the military or a spouse or whatever that contradicts what I have. but I can't call it the truth because it's not the truth. The truth is that it's my experience.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah. I think that does happen a lot. I think people, well, and I think people do that too, to um, play some sort of like hero or savior thing, Captain Save a Hose on
yeah,
YouTube
like why
also.
not and bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah, they play a lot of that game of, oh, I'm, and that's, I think I have such a hard time because I hope at least I come off very genuine when I say stuff like you guys have heard me get choked up out of nowhere,
Hmm.
like just genuine, and I can't hide it. Like I'm very me, 100%. Like nothing is a show, nothing is for show. I cry over stupid things. I get angry. I'm just very human. And one thing I always hope that I come off as genuine, like that I'm not here putting on a show or trying to emotionally manipulate anybody in a certain direction. And I think you can tell that because I look at other people and I can, well, most of them, but then some of them are really good at it.
Yeah.
Some are really good at over validating their experience and making you feel like you can understand and you totally connect with them and you're like, "Oh my gosh, somebody understands me for the first time. They get me because there's something that connects with them." But then you end up out of that conversation over time, you end up feeling such less than that person because
Yeah.
they continue to over validate their experience and it's all about them because those are the me people, the me. And then
Hmm.
you end up feeling worse out of those conversations usually anyways. That you're the connecting pieces of what you thought you connected with this person then made you feel even worse about yourself, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
They do that a lot.
Yeah. And it's manipulation.
Mhm. That's all it is a game of manipulation out here, in my opinion.
A lot of times, yeah, it is.
I hate it. And I think, like, oh man, I've got stories. I was talking about this the other day, and I had never, I'll talk about it tonight because it was just something that came out. But there's been so many things through this process that I have buried in my own life that like have came out over the years of things that I just haven't talked about or like didn't even realize that, oh yeah, I put that away. I mentioned that I bartended at 18 the other day and you know, that was a totally different generation back then. But I think you just,
I think you and I are on the same age, so
yeah,
yeah.
I think we are too. We're very close.
I'm 40 years old, so
Okay, yeah, we're extremely close. I literally though, like that was a different generation, and I learned so many things from that experience of being young. Granted, I didn't grow up around any of that world.
right.
Nothing, but I absorbed everything around me.
Hmm.
And yeah, there were some traumatic pieces of it, but there were so many good pieces that I learned from it. And I learned to really accept everybody for who they were. I had old men that would come in. I was pregnant when I finished bartending. I worked up until the day I went on bed rest.
Wow.
And I had old guys that would come in and buy a dollar beer every morning. They would drink a cup of coffee and switch to Old Milwaukee's Best. They were mostly all widowed men
Yeah.
in their 70s and 80s. They were my regulars that would come in. They started me a diaper fund. That's where all my
Hmm.
tips went, was for diapers for my baby. Like
That's
those men
adorable. I love
became
it.
family to me, and they
Yeah.
were from all over the world and had some of the most amazing stories. And it was a very small town, so I had like 5 regulars, and they would tell me their life experience because all they wanted was somebody to talk to.
Yeah.
That's all they wanted. And I loved every minute of it. I absolutely loved it. I've always loved engaging with older people and having conversations and learning from stuff. But they would teach me so much. And I was so thankful because I absorbed so much of what they taught me about different cultures. And I always knew I didn't want to be stuck in a small town for the rest of my life. I wanted to get out.
Yeah.
There was more to life out there. And I'm
Yep.
so thankful that I did. But those experiences, from a young age really helped. And I think that's what we don't do enough of anymore is actually listen to one another.
So, an interesting story. When I got stationed in Baltimore, right? I have been, listening to like mainstream media and the way people feel about like guys from the South, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody who had a Southern accent was, this and the third, they automatically were this. And, I was like, man, one of my buddies was like, hey, I need help moving. And I'm in like downtown Baltimore. And I'm like, man, I don't want to go downtown Baltimore because the moment I talk, they're going to assume that I'm this and the third. And they didn't. Right. I went down there and I was helping him move and do stuff. And the thing was, is that when you actually just open up and talk to people, you find that a lot of things you think are true are not true.
Yeah.
Like I was talking to his neighbors, and I'm like I said, I'm a white guy. Most of them are African American, and I was like, I'm gonna be downtown Baltimore. They're gonna hear my accent, and they're automatically gonna assume I'm some kind of like this kind of guy, right? And none of them did. Like they were some of the friendliest people I've ever met in my entire life. Like they
Oh,
remind me of back home.
yeah.
And because people talk to people, and we let social media and we let mainstream media and all this kind of stuff dictate how we see things, and it's so dumb because it's not the way it is. Like I said, I was in downtown Baltimore as a white guy from the South with a Southern accent, and I tell you what, they treated me like I was like anybody else. I was afraid. I was afraid going in there. I was going to get like accused of being whatever. And I didn't. They were just like real nice folk. Oh, hey, you helping to move? How you doing today? Like, I'm doing good. How you doing? And where you from? From Texas, and all this kind of, it was this thing that people push out there about how you had to treat others because of whatever is just it's just false advertising.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that's beautiful about YouTube. And the same aspect is because you don't know where anybody's from. You don't know
Mm-hmm.
their background. You've got a name on a screen that usually 9 times out of 10 has nothing to do with who the person actually is. Like none of your business. Like, I mean,
Right.
seriously, like most of them have no relation to who they are as a person. So you genuinely get to know somebody through comments and what they allow themselves to open up about. You have no preconceived notion. Like for me, I don't. I go into everything not assuming anything
Right.
because
Me
you
too.
just don't know. And I think that opens up, like you can genuinely have conversations without having all of those other things that people, sometimes hold back from having conversations. Like you really literally come in and you either are open to everybody or you're closed off to everybody.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, you can go in and try to navigate it like that, but it's just, I love the fact that we don't know. We don't know who's sitting in another country talking to us. We don't know who's translating what we're saying into another. Like, we just have no clue. And that doesn't, it's not a divide. Like, we see creators that try to use like the social divide and punch down on people and try to position themselves with their followers that I'm so much better than you. We see that all the time. But when you genuinely just sit here and you really want to experience it, you're looking at it like, we don't know how old everybody, there's none of that matters. This is just about genuine conversation and I love it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's just great. Aussie, thank you so much for hanging out. I love that you chat in here sometimes. I know you're usually
Aussie
not
Trisha.
there. She usually doesn't talk a whole lot, but I love it when she does. I love that people feel comfortable to talk here, that they're going to feel supported, that if there is issues that, we will intervene if need be, but that they feel that they matter and what they say does matter because it does.
100%.
People don't like Uni because he's not drama. He has receipts. And I'm not going to be for everybody either. There's people that only like the drama. Now, I do love the drama. I wouldn't even call them drama. Shannon Savage. Have you watched them? Savage Live Media?
I don't think I have.
Oh my goodness. Okay. She gets on the best rants ever. And the stuff that runs out of her mouth is hysterical. I'm going to have to send you a couple of her videos because I laughed so freaking hard. The group of women that hang out over there, though, I can't remember all their names. It's Pirate. They were on last night, but they are genuinely 4 ladies, just like how we get up here and do it. But they're definitely like more entertainment. They're funny, like they're hysterical and get going. But they do the same thing, and it's just a very open, honest place for people to talk, and they don't care, if your opinions, well, from what I've seen, I didn't see anybody get blocked or anything really. I don't think I ever have over there. But they're just genuine conversation, cracking jokes, shooting the shit, real life stuff.
That's awesome.
And I think
Yeah.
they're, and everybody, like, they're going to have a different group of people than we. Hopefully, we have some of the same people that go back and forth, but everybody kind of cultivates a different crowd too, and people find where they belong.
Yeah. And as long as you belong to something that is, if you want to be an honest person, belong to something that is honest, right?
Oh my gosh, yes.
Don't belong to a narrative. Don't belong to something because you're afraid to admit you were wrong. Which I've seen this happen 1,000 times, where people won't give up on supporting somebody because they're afraid to admit that they were wrong. I've been wrong so many times in my life I can't even count, and I'll admit it 100% of the time. But
Yeah.
some people out there, they will hold on to this narrative, this bullshit, because they're so afraid of being seen as being wrong. And I'm like, why? Being wrong is part of life. Like, that's how you learn. It's how you grow. It's how you create your character, right? Is because you make mistakes. Being right doesn't create anything. Being wrong is what defines you.
Yeah, I'm one of these parents out here too. This might upset some people, but I'm the type of mom that will apologize to my child if I fucked up or if I was wrong.
No, you should.
I have a hard time with the parents that think that they're always right and they're always, in charge. And I don't care if their child's an adult, or we've all done things that fuck our kids up. I'm sorry if you haven't. You're in
You're
denial.
lying to yourself. Yeah.
And to be able to say you're sorry, like, why don't we want our kids to learn that saying you're sorry and apologizing for things is what you do? Like, that's what we're teaching them, right?
Yes.
But then to not expect us to do the same, I just, it's one of those do what I do, not what I say kind of things. Or,
Which is horseshit.
yeah, but it's just bullshit. It's like, I have apologized to my kid more times than I probably even should at times, but I will always, because I want them to learn that mistakes happen.
Yeah, Amethyst, you're 100% right. They learn by example. You are the example, right? So if you're willing to apologize for things you've done that are wrong, then they'll learn that apologizing for things you've done are wrong is not a bad thing, ever.
Right. Right.
I mean, being a good person means you have to accept when you're wrong and taking accountability for it.
Yep. And that goes with everything in life, if
Mm-hmm.
you can't just pick and choose, like, oh, well, I'm going to do it in this part of my life, but in this part, I'm not. I can't, I just can't stand those parents. I cannot stand it. And maybe it's because I grew up with one kind of like that everything was just his way or the highway. And there would have never been an apology. There was never, none of that kind of stuff.
To an extent, there's an aspect of like when you're raising a child. Now, granted, I haven't raised a child, but I've been a step parent. I've been, an uncle and all this kind of stuff. There's an aspect to trying to explain to a child why they should do certain things when they don't understand the reason why. And you say it's my way, right? It's like just fucking do it, because later on you'll understand why I'm telling you this, right? But that's different from everything I do is perfect.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I think that, I don't know. I think more people just need to learn that it's compassion. It's compassion. You're trying to teach yourself compassion and to forgive yourself for your mistakes. Why aren't you going to teach your kid to forgive themselves for their mistakes? And how you forgive yourself is by apologizing and taking accountability for it. Like, I don't know. It's such a simple concept to me, but so many people fail to grasp those things. And hopefully sooner or later they'll have an epiphany and it will click. But I feel like those people are also missing out on such a gentler side of life.
It's a comfortable side of life, right? Where
Yeah,
you're able to make
less
mistakes. You're able
chaos.
to, yeah, you not have to be like, I don't know, like tight ass all the time, right?
Yeah. I wish Renelle. I don't Mochus, I don't know who that is really. I've heard a lot about her, but I don't know.
Who's this?
Mocha said, I wish Renelle would come around, but she's too blind with hate to.
Oh, fucking Renell. Oh,
Navy knows who it is. I don't.
I do. So
I know
Renell,
who it is, but
Renell is one of the cater
yeah.
faction, right? And she
Get her-
is all up into just like hating on anything KJ that comes across, and Steve. She loves Steve and all this kind of stuff, and it's just
Somebody did a video on Steve the other day, and it was EKC and Steve. And
it's
it was
Suge.
no, it was like a parody of the two of them. But it was pro EKC, I think, and just calling Steve. I gotta
Really?
find it and send it to you. It's
Yeah,
hysterical.
please.
It's
Because Learning with Suge did a great video on EKC and Steve the other day, which was amazing.
I'll have to find it because it was so funny. I was laughing so hard because I don't know anything about him. And for some reason it popped up in my timeline and he had tried to message me and he's done a video to me and everything. I've never watched it. I've never even opened his messages.
I mean, talk to him if you want, but he's a
No.
fucking
No,
like,
I stayed away because everybody just said you don't want to do that. So I didn't.
yeah.
But whoever
you
made this
don't.
video it was hysterical. I was laughing so hard because they were talking about the KJ lawsuit and she was like breaking it down of like, well, Uncivil said, and Uncivil and all this stuff. And he was like, you think they know my lawsuit better? I was laughing so hard.
That sounds like Suge's video.
Say the channel again.
Learning with Suge, SUJ.
That might be who it is. I
Yeah.
don't. I'll have to
He's
look.
definitely not. He's definitely not pro EKC.
Oh, really?
No, he's anti EKC and Steve both.
Oh, then I can like it. I thought they were okay.
No, Learning with the Suge is Suge is probably one of the nicest person I've ever met on the entire internet. Like he has the biggest heart, but he is also a presenter of truth.
I didn't know who it was. It just popped up. I'm gonna have to go check that channel out now.
Yeah.
Good night, you guys that are going to bed. Good night, pugs. Good night, Susie. Did Susie go to bed too? Thank you guys for all hanging out with us. I know we've been on here for a long time.
Thanks for keeping around while I'm just like, give gashing about everything. So
no, you're good. You're totally good. You can hear my child's phone in the background. She's running around, washing her hands, getting ready for bed. Charlotte is just afraid of MGL.
Charlotte, like I like Charlotte. I like her, right? And I used to like to watch her stuff, but then she went fucking cater, like full caterade. And I don't know. I mean, I get why because clicks and views and all this kind of stuff, but like I used to like her, and it makes me sad.
I came into it thinking I was going to like her too. I don't have an opinion one way or another still because I haven't watched enough of her content, but it's not content that really fits what I'm interested in anyway. So I wouldn't watch her to begin with.
Right.
Because it's very targeted in one direction. And even if I let's say I was brand new to YouTube and looking for stuff, that wouldn't be something that I would be interested in. Just because I would be like, oh, hell no, I ain't going to listen to somebody talk about that shit all day long. There's no way.
Well, I would bounce over and like her stuff and say hi in her chat and all this kind of stuff because I liked her. I mean, granted, all her stuff was KJ related.
Like, did KJ block Charlotte and this is the only way she can talk to KJ? I don't know.
Like that fucking haterade is fucking strong with her. Like that caterade is fucking strong.
Mochus is laying it all out. Mochus has been around a long time, I have a feeling. Mochus knows all of it.
And Mochus, I agree with you and everything you're saying. It's like EKC is a joke. Like she's a joke. It's like you have original content. Like you have your own opinions and all this kind of stuff. And people, when they watch you, know that this is nonsense talking whatever she feels, right?
Yeah.
It's not a script. that you've been given by somebody else. You watch EKC and you're like, oh no, this is like a fucking narrative that you've been given. Yeah, no, it makes sense.
Oh, KJ outed Charlotte's past from years ago.
Oh, her fucking, yeah, I know. And they go back and forth all the time, and but
Army wife says, I don't have time to watch anyone who is just a cater. I don't want to see that much hate. If I ever let someone live that rent free in my head, please lock me up. That's exactly. And sometimes I feel like, well, I don't have any hate towards Molly, though. At the end of the day, I hate her behaviors, but I don't have enough energy in it to hate her as a person. I don't like her.
I feel sorry for her.
I do
Honestly.
too.
Like
Yeah.
she's such a sad person. Like you mean, like your own husband, obviously. Like so, if I was married to a woman, right now, who streamed as much as Molly did, I'd be like, baby, let's go have fun. Let's go do something. But her
Yeah.
husband lets her stream all the fucking time, and then spew the shit that she does. Like these fucking phone calls.
Yeah,
Like the
there's no
sex
way.
phone calls. Are you fucking serious?
No, there's absolutely no way. I wouldn't have another.
Right?
Yeah, there's no way. He had a long day today. He like actually came up when we were on earlier and was checking on me to make sure I was okay. And then he's sick, so I gave him cold meds. He went to bed and I was doing this, but 9 times out of 10 on weekends when he's home, I don't stream, don't do any of this kind of stuff.
Right.
I don't know. But again,
Like I saw my current girlfriend right now understands YouTube. Now, she understands me like streaming and all this kind of stuff, right?
yeah.
But if she were ever to come to me and be like, "Baby, it's I want you," I'm like, bye guys, bye, I'm done,
Right.
I'm on, right?
But some people can't disconnect. I think it's their only, like you said, it gives them purpose.
And I love streaming. Like I enjoy jumping on your channel and being on Uni's channel, but it doesn't define who I am.
Right. This is just a
It's
part
fun.
of your hobby that you like to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, they feel they need to be validated. That's, in EKC, I still haven't watched enough of her stuff to even make a comment on it because
don't please
I
don't,
just I
because
won't.
no.
I won't give it any entertainment because
No, because it's just it's fucking gutter trash.
and
That's all it is.
she sits there and trashes me and is so obsessed about who I am. And at the end of the day, I'm
Are
like,
you serious?
well, I've heard that she's really bothered that I'm anonymous. And again, I don't have truth behind it. I'll say what I've been told. So that could be completely false. But she is definitely bothered by me, by my channel,
Wow.
by everything I do. It sounds
Congratulations.
like she really has a problem, and I just don't really understand it. I've even been on a panel with her. I was nice to her. So
I mean, no, I remember you were on it was a panel on Rabbit's channel, wasn't it?
yeah. I mean, it's just really interesting to me. And again, I can't understand. I can't understand it because
Right.
I have been nice to ones on that side and or just stayed away from it. But I guess I just won't understand that because I'm not that type of person. Like obviously it separates out what is what, basically.
Yeah.
People that watch her aren't going to be watching me.
Yeah, not nicely.
Not seriously. Yeah, they're not going to. People that entertain that are watching that. If people from here are watching that, they're doing it to hear what's going on and like keep track of everything. And because it's a train wreck, not because they actually believe it.
Yeah.
That's what I should say. No goal but to be bothered. Nonsense. Yeah, I'm not bothered by it. Y'all just broke the young girls' hearts, Navy. Oh, I watched her trash talk you. Yeah, a lot of people watched her trash talk me, which is totally okay. Straw poking at nonsense, wishing when she was a stick. It's interesting to me because I'm like the least dramatic to fight with. If they want a fight with somebody that's going to give them views, I'm not the person to try.
Wait, you're not gonna be her Michelle, right?
No, I can't even fight in that arena. I guess I don't.
Why? Nobody wants to.
I know that's
Like,
why.
no one cares.
There's so much potential that they could do, and this is what they choose to do with it. So I guess to each their own. Yeah, Stephanie says, like, yeah, I just watched Me Nosy. And a lot of them do. Like, and that's totally okay.
That's
And they
fine.
can
Yeah,
like
no
her
one cares.
too.
Yeah,
You guys can like her. Like, I don't care. It's just really weird.
so the thing with EKC, the one thing I have a big problem with her is like two things. One is that she's friends with fucking someone who I know is a trash dumpster of a human being. And two, because she read someone's grape report live on stream.
Wait, what?
Yeah, KJ's.
Oh, that's who that is.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's who that is. Yeah,
God. Oh.
she read her grape report live on stream. Yeah,
Oh.
yep,
I
yeah. No, I know. Trust me, I feel you. And I'm a guy, and I feel you.
Who does that?
Right, right. That's what I'm
But
saying.
isn't one of their complaints that Katie goes real life?
Right? What? What? Yeah, yeah. I
Isn't
know.
that one of their biggest complaints is that she goes real life and she read that on her?
Yeah, on a stream.
Oh my
and
God.
then and then was
Feels
arguing that she wasn't really a victim several times.
Hold on, what?
Oh yeah, yeah. She defended the person who was the offender, according to what KJ put out, and said that KJ had gone after them and wasn't a victim. Yeah, several times
Why did they involve themselves in that?
because they're friends with fucking a certain fucking lobster who hates fucking KJ. 100%.
So they felt that oh God, I don't
Yeah,
even
yeah,
talk about
no,
this.
yeah, yeah,
Oh.
no, yep, they did. Yeah, and she was okay with that as a woman, attacking another woman over her assault. Yeah,
I mm.
I know. I feel you. I feel you. I feel you. I do. Yep.
Oh, I
I know. I know. Got to breathe. Got to breathe. Got to breathe. But yeah, that's what she did. Yeah, 100%.
Ah.
Yeah.
And people support that because they hate Katie.
Yep. 100%.
Wow, that is some sick hatred.
And I don't like KJ, but I would never even bring that up ever.
I don't like Molly, and I would be completely
Right?
disgusted and go off the deep end on anybody that did that to her even.
Yes. Agreed. I
There is
100%.
absolutely no fucking use for that shit.
Nope. But she did. EKC did this, and she backs it up and
What
she
if that
supports
was
it.
her child?
Or her. What if someone
Yeah.
had done it to her, right?
Oh, that just makes me sick.
It makes
This
me sick because I have known people who've experienced this. And I swear to God, if I ever found somebody who had done what EKC had done to KJ, to one of my friends, and I knew where you were, hypothetically, things would happen.
yeah.
You know what I mean? So, yeah. Yeah, she did that. She 100% did that and backs it up all the time. And she argues against people who argue at her that she shouldn't have done it.
She still defends it?
To this day. To this day.
Wow. And do even the Caters have is she part of Charlotte on the Web? Are they together in the same
I
group,
don't
or is she
know. I don't
more
know
a
for
part
sure.
of
I'm not
the
gonna say they're not, but they are like so. Steve McRae, who is a big fan of EKC and vice versa, is also a friend with Charlotte on the Web, and also a friend with. And Charlotte's not a friend with Molly, so like connect the dots, right?
Okay, so they're all connected, but
Yeah.
because I just can't, from what I know of Charlotte, I cannot see Charlotte condoning anything like that. I like
Well, yeah, she doesn't not condone it.
see that just
I've never seen her call it out. I've never seen her say anything about that.
is it one of those things she just doesn't talk about it because
Maybe.
because I
But if I
just
was her and I was an honest commentary channel giving honest criticism about someone I don't like, right? And if someone does something as fucking dastardly as that,
yeah.
I would call it out.
Oh, absolutely, me too. Yeah. Yeah,
But she, as far as I know, she hasn't said a fucking word. So
yeah, maybe she's a lot like, and I don't know why there's certain people I want to give and hold out hope for because I think it's because I came into this feeling the same way about every single one of them, and some of them haven't disappointed me as much as others.
So
the
let
way
me
to
reply right fast. Jennifer P. The thing is this is that you say Charlotte's not friends with him, but she is friends with Steve. We know this because she spoke nicely of him recently, and so now when did she call? If she called her out, like give me a link and I'll fucking watch it because I don't think she ever did. I never heard of it doing it, but then again, I don't watch her stuff all the time, so if she did call her out, that's fine. But you know, she's been buddying with Steve because of KJ stuff recently. We know this.
she's not friends with Aaron.
Mm-hmm.
Who's Aaron?
Aaron is EKC.
Okay. See, I don't even freaking know this. She did call out Aaron, Jennifer P says. Huh.
Yeah, she says that, but I don't stop lying. I'm not lying. I'm not lying.
Wait, where did she say you were lying?
She just posted it.
Oh, right
Stop
there.
lying, maybe because Steve was in her chat one time. So it's not because it's the fucking narrative. They're all come on now.
I will
Yeah, send me the whole video. Like I'll give you like my Twitter is open. If you want my email, I can give you my email. But feel free. I'm not lying. And Charlotte supports this bullshit.
This is not Charlotte's chat. You can't call us all KJ Jennifer P.
I mean, I apologize for bringing it up, but like,
No, you're
UPC
okay.
did this 100%, and she
I
is
think
a
it's funny
fucking
because I just like
trash
to laugh
person.
at all of them because they have ran with the narrative that I'm Katie or working for Katie or in
Right.
Katie's team, and I'm so far from the opposite because I don't even know who the fuck these people are, and nor do I care. But it's fun when they come in and it just shows the ignorance. I laugh about it.
And I've been dealing with this for what 3 years now, almost 4 years. So
I don't think he accused her of ever having a private conversation with Steve. I don't think Navy said that she has private conversations with Steve.
I did not say that.
No.
I said she was friends with him. What I mean is that she is friendly with him because he hates KJ as much as she does.
Yeah, you were basically saying they all have one common factor and you weren't really sure who aligns. What I took out of it, what I took from what you said was that you don't know exactly how the inner workings of their relationship works, that they have one common thing, that they hate Katie. Aaron and Steve are genuinely probably closer. You weren't really sure about Aaron.
Well, we know Aaron and Steve have private conversations together. I mean,
and I just learned that Aaron is EKC.
Yeah.
The more
And
you know.
She also calls herself the what does she call herself? She calls herself the
Oh, that's one of her fucking mods. I gotta ask this. Why the fuck do all of Charlotte's mods hang out over here? Because there's a few of them that do. And it's not that
start talking shit.
no, but they're here when you're not. And I don't care. Like, I don't care. But why are they here all the time? Like, she don't like me. She's been pretty clear about that, I've heard. So why are mods hanging out over here? Which is okay, but I'm just confused by that.
Welcome to the fun. I'm just going to tell you right now, welcome to the fun.
And stay the fuck out of my inbox. I don't want to hear it. To everybody, I don't want to hear the back drama. I don't care enough. But I'm just saying, like, this is interesting to me. I'm like, wait, I'm seeing a whole new side of shit that I didn't even know that was her mod. I know a couple of the other ones, and actually I like a few of her mods a lot.
I want to say welcome to Green Frog. Green Frog, how you doing, Ron? Because she's a fan and she's a friend. So
Green Frog's a friend? Okay.
Yes, she is.
These guys all know how I act because I'm just like, come to run back anything. What the fuck? I say it all the time. She's always talked about, and I've said the same thing all along. I don't know enough about her to have a problem with her.
All I say is bring me the fucking proof, because I've seen her live streams. I've seen these things happen in live streams. So
Oh,
you're like, oh, you shouldn't do this. I'm like, well, you support the people who support this. So, I don't know what to tell you, but yeah, you're supporting a piece of shit.
if they were smart too, they would not remind me of things that have been it's like I forgot that there was a child that was talked about in that chat that I saw that I was disgusted by. Like if they would be smart about these things, they'd probably just stay away because I will go back and remember why I didn't like these people. Ugh. It's so fucking weird. See how all this shit goes? That it's funny to me that
so I had to specify something very fast, because when I say someone's a fan, they're a fan of Uni, and they're over here like supporting me because I'm here.
that's so funny though that because you go on oh, now they're gonna start hating me because you're in. Okay, that's cool. I'm good with that. Keep them away. If you don't like me, stay away. Yeah, and
Well,
that's so funny
I'm
too.
pretty much like attached to Uni for the most part, So if I say something, like people ask me questions about Uni all the time, and you can too. Like, if you have any questions about Uni that I'm
Well,
willing
hold
to
on.
answer,
You're not Uni.
ask
Why would I
away.
ask you questions about Uni?
Well, because I am his
No,
co-host, right?
no. I'm never gonna ask you to speak for Uni or on behalf of Uni
Thank you, because
because
I won't.
you and Uni are two different people. And at the end of the day, there is no fucking way you agree with everything that he says or does. And neither does he with you, because at the end of the day, we don't agree with ourselves 100%.
Well, yeah, and
That's
he'll
just
tell
fucking
me
crazy.
it's so funny. Like people, and this has been on live streams where Uni has said, like, listen, Navy and I don't agree on this, but we're gonna talk about it, right?
Yeah.
And it's been several times he said that. And there are times when Uni tells me, he's like, all right, Navy, I want you to come in, but are you gonna be okay? I'm like, yeah, I'll be fine. He's like, are you sure? I can get like fucking mad angry. I'm like, no, I'm good. I'm good, bro.
Aw.
Because there are certain things when they attack certain people in our Discord, certain members of the Uni fam, like I get fucking mad.
Oh, I'm sure. That's okay though. People need to be protected. And there's
Well,
certain things that should be off limits. Again, the military
yeah,
thing pisses me off to no end. I don't know. It's maybe because I come from a service family. In fact, you said something tonight that I have to message you about because you said something about traveling. I think you might know my person, and I'm just gonna have to tell you.
really.
Yeah, I could. He spent a lot of time in Geneva,
Well, I haven't been to Switzerland, so I don't know. So
but yeah, I can't. I'll tell you.
yeah, I know. Yeah, yeah. You just message me. We'll find out.
Yeah, because I just have a feeling there might be a possibility, which would be the
That would
craziest
be
thing in the
fucking
world.
hilarious if we actually know each other. Yeah.
It would not surprise me. The world is so small in so many ways. So many ways. Oh, we maybe it's best you don't tell us what Uni thinks. That way it's not taken wrong. These people twist everything. Yeah, that's true.
They're gonna twist everything anyway. It doesn't matter, right? They're gonna take anything I say and make it into some kind of attack on him, which
Well,
is hilarious. But
Uni's nowhere around.
right.
Like nowhere close to here, but it's still gonna get twisted to somebody that
Well, because of my
Uni said.
association with him, like the one thing I do, like I hesitate when I come on streams, is because I know that because I'm his co-host, right, that anything I say on here is going to associate you with him, right?
Yeah.
And I don't want that to happen. But then again, I'm like, well, fuck it. If you're that fucking petty about attacking him, you're going to go after anything anyone does. Like I did a stream tonight on a channel that has like 127 fucking subs, talking about TV shows. So if you're going to be that fucking petty about it, then go ahead. But the thing is, one thing I know is that you're strong enough to withstand whatever bullshit happens.
Yeah. Yeah.
Obviously, otherwise you wouldn't let me on.
I don't care. I I find it entertaining though because you learn so much by people's reactions
Right.
to nothing.
100%. Yeah.
Like we were talking about food. You came up to talk about your experience of eating a delicacy in another country while serving our country. You know how
Yeah.
that's gonna get twisted?
Oh, some fucking way. Who
It's gonna
knows?
but in the entire
I'm racist somewhere. Somewhere I'm racist. Yeah.
we had just a general conversation though, like about experience and life, and people in the comments were joining right along. But there's those lurkers in here that are gonna turn that somehow, some way. The entire time I was thinking,
Well, and the thing is, like, whenever I'm live with somebody like yourself or others, and Uni knows, he's gonna come over and say hi because if he can
yeah,
help, all this kind of stuff. So,
I love the different communities, like the ladies that we were telling you to check out, Savage, Pirate. Is it Val? That's the one, and Shannon. If you have not seen Shan's reenactment of Holly,
you
you
have
gotta
to
watch
DM
it.
me all these channels because I
Oh my
need to
goodness.
go like watch these channels. They
These are the
sound
ones that
amazing.
people send me sometimes, and this is how I found them, was just random people sending me them, and I die laughing. Like, they are legit hysterical, and they come from a completely different end of things. I don't know if any of you guys cross over in communities. I'm sure people know who each other are. But when you come down to it, like, I can still enjoy anybody's content if it's funny, uplifting. There's got to be something in it.
Right.
But I don't care what community they come from, where, any of their experience, their past with anybody, because none of that matters when you come into this just watching a video, right? So I didn't know about all of these people's past, all of this crossover communities. I still don't understand the communities or where I'm at half the time. So that's been a blessing and a curse at the same time, because I just roll into anywhere not having a fucking clue where I'm at, or who likes who, or who I've talked to that somebody doesn't like, or they really hate that person, and I might have been nice to that person. I don't know any of that shit. So I just walk right in, like right into a fucking wall, pull up a seat, sit there. And I think everybody expects me to like have a reaction, but I'm too dumb to have a reaction because I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Man, it's funny because I interact with my like junior sailors all the time. And like, what do you do on the weekends? I'm like, well, I stream with people. And like, what do you mean? I was like, I stream on YouTube. And like, you're on YouTube? And I'm like, yeah. I started talking about some of the topics that I talk about. And I'm like, how do you know about this? I'm like, uh, because I'm an adult and I watch YouTube. And then they look at me and they're like, I'm gonna find you. I'm like, you won't though. Nice try.
I just, shit is so funny to me.
It's so funny. It's so funny. Yeah.
You have to take it and laugh about some of the dumb shit that happens out here, right? Like,
You can hire a script writer in Hollywood to write this shit. Like the thing with Molly and Melissa or Michelle is hilarious. Like
oh
you
my
can't
gosh.
script that shit. Like, and that's why I say, like, I tell people, like, it's fucking scripted. It's fucking scripted. It's not real. It's scripted.
I keep saying somebody's got to poke us all and like wake us up from this crazy
No,
dream.
it's fucking scripted because so both Michelle and Molly want aspects on reality TV, right? Like we know this about them, right?
Oh yeah, they both
And
have said that.
so what's better than creating a YouTube fucking reality TV drama where you're both flashing your tits at each other and all this and the third, right? And goes on for fucking ever. It's fucking literally reality TV. That's all it is. It's not real.
It can't be.
So nonsense. I have a question for you. As a content creator, if you had a beef with somebody, right? Would you continuously let them on your fucking panel night for night?
Oh, I thought you were gonna ask me if I'd flash my tits at them.
I did not. I mean, I'm not. It's
Well,
up to you. It's up to you. Maybe you would. Maybe you would. I don't know. I'm
maybe
asking,
on
but
that one.
maybe. You know. But what I'm saying is that if you had a serious problem with somebody who was calling you all these different
Hell
names,
no.
right?
No.
So why did she do it? Why did she do it? And on top of that, if this person was calling you names and calling you like all the worst names in the fucking book, would you go on her panel?
No. No.
It's fucking scripted. It's fucking bullshit. It's a complete fucking shit show.
Yeah, absolutely it is. It has absolutely been like you just gotta laugh at some of it at the end of the day. Like, yeah, there's a lot of sadness, there's a lot of heartbreak, there's been a lot of bullshit, a lot of frustration. But you also gotta be able to find the funny parts and find something humorous and good out of it too, because it can really drag a person down. We're watching it.
I know, right? And so one thing I want to say is that I have to go and make a call, but thank
Oh,
you
you're
so
good.
much for having me on.
Yeah, you're good. It's time to get off here. We've been on here for 4
Nonsense,
hours ago.
you're just like one of the best channels. I love your channel.
Thanks for
Um,
coming on.
Thank you for having me on. I mean, honestly, thanks for having me on because we have the best discussions.
Yeah, we love it when you come. Everybody in the chat loves when you join us. You're welcome here anytime. We
Well,
appreciate it.
thank you.
It's
Yeah,
nice to be able to have an intellectual conversation with somebody on YouTube besides our little group and bring other people in. It's amazing. I love the conversations you guys get into over here.
I love it. I love it too. And so, thank you for providing a platform where people can just be themselves. Right.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're going to continue to do it too.
So, y'all have a good night.
Thank you,
Nonsense, once
Navy.
again, you're the best. And so,
We will see you, I'm
anytime,
sure.
anytime, every time, all the time. So,
Perfect. Thank you. I'll send you some of those channels too. I'll
please,
get to my
yeah,
DMs and get everybody
100%.
caught up.
Good
All
night,
right.
nonsense. Good night, y'all.
Good night. Navy's such a sweetheart. He's a really good guy. I love how genuinely kind he is to everybody in the chat. Like when he comes into the chat, he always acknowledges everybody in the chat. He's just a very gentleman. And I think that's rare out here. You see so many that he's got old school values, I feel. But he is great. Amethyst, you're still here. I've kept them all up all night. You guys have a great night too. Everybody has been, yeah, I think that's what's refreshing is he's a gentleman. To me, he's a gentleman and he's willing to engage with a bunch of women and he's super respectful to everybody. And that is much appreciated. It's a breath of fresh air, I think. Yeah, genuinely a good guy, old school values. It's very nice to hear that. And even when he's talking about somebody he doesn't like, he doesn't cut him down on that level, which I appreciate too. He can cut him down in a non male chauvinistic way. Does that make sense? But once again, you guys have been amazing. As always, you guys have hung out and we've just sat here and bullshitted about really nothing. The Tessas really didn't even get angry tonight. Roseanne, the voice doesn't hurt. um, we didn't really talk about anything exciting. We didn't get all worked up. We didn't get into the drama. We just had a basic today's here it is. And this was really nice. I appreciate you guys all being here, interacting with us. And again, thank you guys for engaging in the comments when people ask questions and answering them. That we like to learn about you guys as much as anything else. Like that's the fun part. You guys make this fun for me. I don't want to come up here and tell you guys I hate talking about myself over and over again. I love listening and hearing and learning about you guys. It's been so much fun. It's fun to learn about all of the Tessas. You guys are all Tessas and you guys are all a part of us. Everybody's included. We appreciate you all for being here. Thank you guys for being so kind to us and accepting of us. You guys have really embraced us all, and we can't thank you enough. You guys are genuinely some of the best people, and I am so thankful to have you guys as supporters, followers, whatever, friends. You guys are my friends. It's so weird to say all that. You guys are just my friends, okay? We're just going to be friends because I'm not even a YouTuber. I'm just a shit starter. I'm an asshole. But with that said, I am out for the night. I might post some content tomorrow. It probably will be very basic. My other half's off tomorrow finally, and he's been sick. So probably spend that with the family cleaning house, but I will be back at it Monday morning. If you've inboxed me, I will get to it Monday morning. I promise. I just literally had to mentally disconnect. So I will get back to you guys Monday morning. If I might do it tomorrow afternoon. I might start checking them. So once again, thank you all for being here. Thank you guys for all being so kind to one another and accepting of one another. I know not everybody agrees. Not everybody comes from the same spot. You're all welcome here. And please, if you are Charlotte's mod, I wasn't being rude. It's weird to me because some of you guys are so kind to me and a lot of her mods hang out over here. And I'm okay with that. I don't care. I just didn't make sense. If you want to share anything with her, though, that I've said, that's okay too. I'm okay with it because I have nothing but nothing to say. So with that, all right. You should check for screenshots. I will, Roseanne. There's gonna be a ton, isn't there? I dread this because then I have to read and process all of it. My favorite asshole. Good night, Julia. Good night, Wicked Crafter, Ellen, Mochas. Good night, everybody. Army Wife. Thank you guys all. Again, you're so much appreciated. Okay, Cuntessa, over and out.